This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of data, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I'd prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, that chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. While you're dying, I'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
Still alive, plebeinas, everyone, welcome. The king is back, baby. And we're back for the entire day. Not back, it'll still take a while, we're still finishing stuff, but no, for the day, we are here for the entire day, dude. I mean it, dude. I'm streaming until I fucking fall off, dude. What the fuck, Dova Hetty? That guy? He's still alive? Still alive, that guy? The guy that hasn't posted in 3 years? No way, no way. No, this is a dream. A nightmare? I don't know what it is. It's not true. He's been taken out by the favelados, the Brazilian gangs, the Jews. The Jews took him. Dude, everyone's tried to take me down, but I always come back, my dude. Yeah, it's great to be back. And today, everyone, today, we are playing a game. We are playing a game about Rome. We're playing a game that is very visually enticing, very visual art focused, you know what I mean? And it's going to be very, very special. It's for the Roman community. And of course, I am talking about Ryse, son of Rome. Yeah, just kidding. Oh, Jesus, dude. Ah, I fucking hate that game. That game is so fucking horrible, man. Ugh, okay. Ugh. Anyway, what we're doing today, though, it is partially Ryse Son of Rome related. What we're doing today is playing a game where we're going to play Ryse Son of Rome, and every single time I get ass blasted about something about the story or whatever, I'm going to go back to this screen over here that you're seeing right now, and we're going to talk about the real Roman game that the Roman community deserves. You know, the one I'm making. That's right, people. Turns out he was actually doing something, actually working on something. That's right. We're working on a Roman game. And you see it's a very highbrow, very serious game. You see the barbarian over there throwing shit at Rome. That's the tier. That one's a sketch. Kind of not entirely completed. That one is, I think I came up with that in an hour and a half, like a while ago, a few months ago. I feel the other pictures, they are more on the finished side. You see the ones on the bottom there with the white one and the red. That one's essentially finished, essentially finished. I feel bells and whistles, but essentially finished. And the one with the small-breasted lady on top there was also essentially finished. Maybe a bit more shadowing, a bit more, more vivid colors in the back. I don't know, stuff like that, minor stuff. And then the one on the on the bottom there, I really like that one. Anyway, talking too much. So how's everyone? How's everyone? The guy's alive. The guy is healthy. The guy is with energy. And it's about time we chill a bit and start reading some chats, right? Is my audio good, everyone? Looking at chat right now. I'm not a professional streamer, so any mistake might happen. I need you guys to correct me, all right? And no rush. We're here for 10 hours at least. I assure you that, unless Israel bombs my house or whatever, or the internet comes out. I'm reading chat right now. Let's see. Is the audio okay? Let's see. Yeah, sounds alright. Sounds like everything's fine. Okay. Did we have a super chat already? Let's see. Nika. Well, if there was, they're long gone. Doesn't Streamlabs show super chats? Or there was a filter for super chats? I'm not seeing it on Streamlabs. I'm pretty sure there was some. Anyway. Let's start talking before we get into the Ryse game, the rage bait shit. Let's start talking about what you're seeing right now. So, what you're looking at right now is the fruit of a couple of years now of work. You see, like video games, Roman community and video games. The Roman community these days has gotten very large. It's a real fucking dedicated community. Larger than many actual communities are there. I don't know, not larger than Star Wars, but it deserves more than it has, and I love making Roma content. And the game I'm working right now is very Romable centric, We're going to be talking all day about it. It needs knowledge of Roman history in order for you to really win it, and you learn history as you go through it. And, a lot of dark humor, a lot of a lot of fun stuff. And as you can see there, the big photo in the background is about the senators, the demon on the middle there. You probably can guess who it is. And then down there, what the fuck, Caesar with tits? What the fuck is that? There's a lot of background story, but I'm not gonna tell everything. Obviously, I won't even tell the fucking name of the game, even though there is a name. I'm not like a meme for I haven't really decided what the game's name decided is really good. Not saying it right now though. Right now it's just visual shit, kind of like the other game that we're playing here for time space and shit. Ryse Son of Rome. It's all about the graphics, right? Anyway, back to here. Let's start talking about a few of these images here. So, oh yeah, we can expand, right? Let's see. Ugh. What the fuck happened there? Oh, he's already fucked it up, people. Did I actually fuck it up? Dudes. Ah, brilliant. Ah, there we go, fixed. Ugh. Anyway, let's get it here. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, right there. Okay, so as you can see, there's a certain artistic style for the game that I'm making. There's already pretty much decided. Always welcome feedback and shit. Of course, I'm maybe more shadowing stuff, as I said before. And I wonder, there isn't much information here at all, but by the coloring, by the situation here, can you already deduce what is like a kind of is trying to portray? Make guesses. I'm looking at you right now. Make guesses. Let's see what you got. That it's hell or something. On this image, no. Fosta. Interesting guess. Gotta be a Romabu to win. Damn right, Spectrum. I told you that though. You're cheating. Mm. Yuri Romance. uh, Romans and Greeks. There are Romans and there are Greeks in this game for sure. Jealousy. There is a bit jealousy in the scene, yeah. Elegabalus there. No. Temptation. Something about forced to work with people you don't like. Yeah, I guess that's the best guess so far. Gunnar art style. I mean, the one in red, absolutely for sure. I don't see much Gunnar shit on the Y one, but yeah, those tits over there and that pose she's striking, absolutely, my dude. That's just facts. Valentinian, obviously. You know, Valentinian is in the game. He won't be depicted on on either of these two though. Praetorian Guard. Okay, we're read enough about this one. Anyway, you're getting some vibes here. But there's also another side of this game. There's a lot of sides of this game. Obviously, not everything is pictured here, but there's another. I would say there's two, three main artistic styles to this game, and this one is the other one. Let's wait. Yeah, yeah. You see, it's more like an abstract painting. Know what I mean? What's up with a gun? Extremely plot relevant thing. Not telling it here. There is a shotgun though in the game. Very, very relevant. What do you think is being depicted in this image? Go ahead. What do you think? Theorize. Theorize. I promise we're gonna get into Ryse on Rum shortly. Dido. Coal gas. But no. Like, there's absolutely no way you guys are gonna guess the exact scene here because there's absolutely nothing specific about it to the person, but there's an action here being depicted. I wonder what the theories are. Must be Greek. Cleopatra. You think I'll draw Cleopatra as red, my dude? Are you fucking crazy? Germ spirits. Zenobia. Coal gas. But no, I would never draw Zenobia as red. Those are Roman colors, my dude. She's controlling the government. True. True. Best guess so far. The Sassanoids, of course. No, you guys gotta think about the colors, dude. Ain't no way I'm drawing Persians red either. Livia, cool guess, very cool guess, but no. Fausta again, nope. One of many puppet emperors. No. But again, as good a guess as any. Center is being manipulated. Best one so far. Anyway, you're getting a bit of difference, right? On this game, it's going to be about bias, of course. There's this contrast of bias, and it's going to be a game where you learn history throughout different art styles, and the best way to win the game is to learn history through it. You're gonna have many chances to do that, and you're gonna be visiting many time periods and shit. But the real way to win this game that I'm making is to already know the Roman history, or have played it before, failed in one way or another, and then you come back and then you really win it. It's a game for the Roma booze, It's about time we have one. And let's get this one here. I fucking love this scene. As I said, not drawn, it's a sketch, but holy shit, there's 3 images here actually. Yes. Let's get it. Position again. Okay. So, very nuanced situation here being depicted. Now, let's reorder here. This is not actually properly ordered. There we go. So it starts like this. It goes like this. She's gonna throw it. She's gonna throw it. And yeah, this is the history of Rome, basically. You know, they always be dealing with that shit. Like I didn't even draw the stinky things, you know, the lines over there. They should absolutely should have. You're gonna see it on other art when we get to it, the ones that aren't depicted here initially. But you know, oh shit, wait. Ah, the UI is so small it trigger other shit when I click stuff. Beep beep. Ugh. Again. Beep beep. Who wants a game that is just this? It's a gift that eternally plays like this. Would you play Would you pay $20 for it? Would you pay for this instead of Silk Song? Absolutely, right? Totally. Get back in your corner, filthy barbaroid. But yeah, basically a barbarian, right? And you can guess by the size of Rome there, some early shit. Where's the? There we go. All right. And this one, check out these absolutely enormous, huge, fucking huge provinces in the back there. You know, Pompey conquered that shit, you know? The eastern shit, all of most of Anatolia, Syria, I think even Cyprus. Yeah, absolutely Cyprus was also Pompey. He just went there, started steamrolling shit, and it wasn't even hard for him from what I recall. It was mostly an easy campaign. You know, I've always been the opinion that Pompey historically was kind of a fraud. You know, isn't there even kind of a meme between him and Crassus back then, some years before Caesar, where he stole victories from him on the third Servile War, I think it was. There was that whole shit, right? But here we have a certain unidentified woman. I mean, she has an identity. I'm not telling you though, and she's like a kind of drawing shit or going to draw shit on the back there, like a teacher maybe. She's trying to teach you something. It's only you can see like she has shadowing on the right hand over there because she doesn't have on the neck, she doesn't have on the head, doesn't have on the other arms. It's kind of a mess. She has it below the tits though. It doesn't have on the hair either. Damn. Oh, she has a little bit on the hair right up beside the eye. It's not finished, you know. I just dragged a few art styles that I thought it was indicative of where the game is going artistically and shit. But yeah, this is just informative. Get back there. Nice. And this one. I'm not going to explain what this is, but I am going to show it. What is this, my dudes? What is this? What is this depicting? What is this depicting? Looking at chat. Boudica. Marvelous guess, but incorrect. Pict, pit, Pictish? I think it's Pictish how you write it. Picts. My void. I mean, it's a pick, right? It's a choice. You're attracted to Anglos? Not even Anglos. Celts? I mean, it's a choice, right? I wouldn't go with that, but go ahead. Yeah. Very highbrow game, as I said before. Absolutely no easy jokes to make. And it's going to be for the intellectuals. You know, Mary Beard is going to play this game, you know? She's going to buy it, every single copy. She won't allow any of you to have a copy of the game. You know, she's going to pre-buy everything and play on her huge mansion. I have no idea if she has a mansion. No, no. There's no way even the most famous Roman historian has a mansion. Okay. I think we've gone over here. I guess we could go over, just finish here with the main picture on the back. So, Caesar's assassination, right? Anyone's going to guess that. And it's true. It is that. Why is Caesar depicted as a woman? Not telling that. Why does the would-be Brutus there in the center, why does he have demonic horns and a devilish tail? Not saying that either. Why is every center depicted in an evil way? And blah, blah, blah. Anyway, here's one thing. Here's one thing for everyone to have fun with this back in the image. Well, the main reason why I chose this part of the game to show as the main big piece. There's something fun for you to do. Every single one of the senators in the back here, their silhouettes is based on a famous image or depiction of either a traitor or an assassin. Traitors and assassins. Think about that, okay? Every single one of them. Like you can just bat an eye and you think, oh, I know which one that is. I know which one that is. I have no idea which one that is. Maybe that one is that or that. Like I think about it. Every single one of them, either a traitor or an assassin. Sometimes both, you know. Yeah, sometimes both. Yeah. Spectrum again. Why aren't you highlighted, my dude? I thought YouTubers were highlighted and shit. Center Chan played a role in making this, didn't she? No, I think this is gonna surprise a lot of people. This is 100% by me. I drew all this shit, all of it, by hand. Yeah, I'm not memeing, guys. It's been 3 years. What can I say? I've been focused, my dude. The game is 100% drawn by me, written by me, coded by me, developed, all this shit, you know, everything. So yeah, I really like the art style that is, yeah, gelling up. I wanted to say, you know, ESO shit. Congealing. What is the word I'm thinking about? Congel, whatever. The art style that is being built around the game, I think it's really good. I really like it. Give a 0 out of 10. Post your grade for the images you've seen so far. You know, the art you've seen so far. 0 out of 10. Go ahead. Post it. Go, go, go. Six Corellians out of 10. All right, so good reception. Good to see. I've shown this shit for very few people. Like most of these pictures I've never shown to anyone. I feel I have though. Like if you go on Twitter, on my Twitter, it's where I've shown quite a bit of it. Even some that aren't shown here. I'm gonna show way more than I've shown anywhere though. Today I'm showcasing a lot of shit. Anyway, let's get you Ryse Son of Rome. Talk too much about shit. So again, remember the rules of the game, right? I'm going to play Ryse Son of Rome, and as soon as I get fucking ass blasted about something, we're gonna rant about that shortly and go back to it and talk about something else of the game. Review more art, read about chat, and so on. You know, we're here for the full day. Everyone watching the VOD, everyone watching it for assignments in the university or working that shit ass job, you know, I'm here for you. I'm here for you as long as you want to watch it. I'm here with you, man. That job does suck. That assignment does suck. Or that video game you're playing, maybe it's great. I don't know. I'm here for you, man. And you are a man. I know my demographics. All right, let's go. Okay. Is the audio for the game playing alright? Should be, right? You can hear the sound effects and everything. Let me just see the reaction. I'm at work right now, being paid to go into Femoid Sea. We love you, man. Oh, I love you too. The Roma community deserves the world, my dude. Audio so good. Alright, fine. Good shit. Alright, let's play this garbage-ass game. Let's go. Wait, can I get mad about something right in the menu? Not really. That's smart match. No. Continue campaign. How do you start the campaign all over again? Let's see. So yeah, I played this game before. Fucking horrible. Executions. I'm not seeing any explicit options to start a game. 1 second. Wait a minute. Verify it's you. What the fuck? Enter your password. What? What the fuck's happening? 1 sec. Dude, am I getting hacked? What is this? Verify it's you. One sec. Okay, YouTube is demanding some confirmation shit. One sec. Still here, still here. Or maybe not, wait. I don't have to do some shit, wait. Let me just go to the proper live. Watch the real comments and shit. Let me just go to the... Oh, you probably heard that. Yeah, this is fine. Anyway, whatever you wanted me to confirm, I'm not confirming that shit. Who knows? Playing the game. Okay, so the audio for the game must have vanished for a while. Now I'm just checking if you can see the audio again. Sorry about that. Some YouTube crap always should ruin the one stream this guy makes in 3 years. Whatever. We're back on it. Can everyone hear the game? I'm looking at chat right now. Sorry about asking twice. Audio's fine. Alright. Back to it. Let's click this shit. Oh, one sec. Let me adjust the screen here. One sec. Maybe to make it easier to read chat while I play this crap. One sec. Alright. Don't worry, the audio will vanish. It's back. Nice. 316 people watching. Nice. It's way more than I thought it'd be. Seriously, I thought it would be less than 100. Channel's been dead for years. Anyway, let's get on it. Arena, Round Turf, Survival, Solo. Master Challenge, Venture to Coliseum. It's not Coliseum I need, dude. Arena, Cooperative, no. 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 Oh, okay. I was in the wrong shit. Dumbass. Oh, there we go. Start from the start. Alright. Looking at chat. Are you married now? Not yet. Dova got a life. Working and is making a game, for sure. Quyen Fam? What the hell is that? No idea what your name is. Resident Orbis, loyal community. For sure, my dude, for sure. Y'all still here? Let's get it. Yes, let's get this bread. Difficulty setting, I mean... whatever, just commentary anyway. Whatever.
Centurion Severus to me! Display this from the highest place you can find. When the barbarians see it, they'll run. The battle will be ours.
Push that. Okay. God, this game is loud, I think. One sec. Ugh. There we go. No. Yeah, I'm back on the fucking command. Okay. Okay. RT. Oh yeah, I fucking forgot. This game is all about quick time events. Ah, fuck. Go ass. Okay. Oh, 24 FPS, I think. Ah. Okay. I can't pause the game. Oh. Alright, so look at this aesthetic of this game. Look at this armor. I always hated this. Look at this shield, dude. Am I in a futuristic game? What the fuck is this shit ass? Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Okay, so what are these barbarians? I'm getting like a no idea. Gauls? Germans? What are these people? Who are we getting attacked by? Where are we? Oh yeah, we're in Rome, I think. This frame rate is so fucking horrible.
The barbarians are closing in on the palace gates.
The barbarians,
We need to get to them first and hold them back. Forward, man!
Yeah. Let's kill him. This is how the Romans fought, you know? Every single one just 1v1ing. Just absolutely... And they rolled around, you know? And they just whacked around the sword, you know? And the barbarians, they just ate that shit. They just ate multiple sword hits.
Take them down!
Very enticing gameplay right now. Fuck off.
Good dog! Arrows!
Rolling. Real Roman shit right now. Rolling. What? Oh, cannonball? Oh. Okay, so we're in Rome, a futuristic looking Rome. I forgot completely everything about this game. Are there supposed to be quick time events killing these people? What the fuck is like this? Okay. LB to order your Romans. What?
Fire volley!
They heard me? What? Okay. Okay, so Rome is getting attacked by barbarians. Like, shit is fucking grim, right? Like, it happened twice in the history or something. So, the Empire is falling, but we're wearing, like, Trajan-era armor?
Yes, sir. Most of the 18th Legion is still combat effective. We have 3 auxiliary units at your command, Scorpios, Archers, and a catapult nest.
Auxiliary units? We're wearing full Roman armor. Auxiliary units. Form a line. Order. I'm skipping this.
Form a line! North barricade!
What? Why do I?
We have incendiaries at strategic defense points, sir.
Is it just auto loading? Auto reloading? I'm just machine gunning barbarians? What? Wait, am I supposed to aim there?
Sir, they're flanking us. Detachment.
Dude, I just have a machine gun ballista. What? Oh, it has fire in it too.
Hold the line, man!
What is this game, man? Machine gun. Fucker. I'm bewildered, honestly. I don't remember it being this sensitive. I just remember that I hated it. Roman power, Ty V says. Absolutely. This is the most meme-worthy power fan. And the game just fucking started. Is it? Was it entirely like this? Oh. Oh, of course.
Barricade can't hold! We need reinforcement! Hold, man! Hold!
Nice.
Someone blow those incendiaries!
You know, if I was gonna be angry, I'm just fucking laughing, dude. Whoever made this game didn't give a shit about anything Roman, just the
Order
vibes.
the catapult nest to line up on the palace courtyard.
You.
Fire on my
No, this shit
command.
has auto aim. Like I'm barely having to aim. It's just auto targeting. This shit was made for console, right? Xbox One, I think it was. Infinite ballistics, my dude. Dude, when is this fucking...
Catapults! Fire!
This is gonna end, dude. They're just walking to my infinite machine gun ballista. Okay. Enter the palace. Ozame with the 20 euros.
Only a handful managed to slip
Hands
by
up,
to the
my dude.
palace.
You have now entered Valor to buy first upgrade. Oh. Fuck. What? Dude, I didn't fucking press anything. Okay. This fucking futuristic vibe
I
everywhere.
command you! My emperor, the palace
The
defenses have been breached.
Who's this?
About the barbarians? I'm worried
Nero?
about him. We need to get you somewhere secure. Secure?
What's the name of that?
We're secure from this demon.
We need to get you to a safe place. Your chambers?
My chambers? No. The vaults. This way.
Vaults. Okay, so the Imperial Palace, whoever Emperor this is the fucking front line of
Why is that door
battle.
closed?
Shit is fucked, dude.
There's someone in there. I think perhaps you should open it.
Okay, so they're going for the vibe of the bad Emperor, fat, decadent. Must be Nero, must be a fat Caligula. I don't know. Who's this reminding me of? Is it supposed to be an Emperor? Or is it just supposed to be a vibe Emperor? Dude, I've played this before, right? Okay. Damn, they are already inside? Then how did he come from this direction? More XP, whatever. Don't worry, the one Centurion here. There's again, I forgot. This is Spartan mode or whatever.
Sit on him together.
Okay, that happened. Attack, roll. Attack, roll. Attack, roll. Attack, roll. Attack, roll. I'm losing health, dude. Doesn't this have some Assassin's Creed parry? I just breezed through the tutorial, dude. I don't remember what the parry was.
It's not over.
Yeah, I haven't gotten mad either. I'm just finding this all fucking funny, none of the ridiculous sense of it. I beat Elden Ring multiple times, by the way. I'm not a shitter, okay? I'm just figuring out the buttons. Okay. Alright. So the Imperial Palace of the Emperor, which looks gorgeous, by the way, is getting attacked. It's not that Rome's getting attacked, the entire city is fucking falling. Okay, the Empire's falling is the sense I'm getting. We're fucked. All front lines are crumbling. We're like in a
Stay back, my Emperor.
409 situation,
more
but
of them
we
hiding
look
in the shadows.
like a futuristic 17, like a 117. What else? Kill the barbarian world.
Now you burn, Roman!
Okay. He had this set up? What?
Glorious death!
Alright, he laid a trap. Okay, let me actually read this shit. Press B to evade heavy attacks. I need to pause eventually because if this keeps going on, I'm just gonna laugh at the absurdity of the game and I won't get mad at anything. Let me find something to get mad at. Ah, how do you kill this fucker? Bam. Yeah, whatever. This is horrible. Already said it multiple times.
Here, quickly!
Okay, who the fuck are you, fat emperor man? Nero? Must be Nero, right?
Oh, come on.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
That's it. That's it.
You led to this shit. We're getting fucked. What did you do?
Quickly.
Did you do the big corruption? Did you do the big betrayal? What did you do? Where am I going, by the way? Just killing barbarians that are in the basement?
Damocles is risen from the dead. I swear it.
Damocles? Damocles is a myth. Only men kill men, my Emperor. The gods may guide us. They never interfere with the affairs of mortals.
Oh? And what great oracle told you this, General?
My father.
We will be safe here, then. I do believe we will be safe.
We're pausing after this cutscene. Going back to
I
the
pray
real
to
game.
the gods that we will be safe.
We will be safe here, Emperor. As safe as we can be.
Safe. Yes, safe, thank God. But you... What family? What's your name, soldier?
Marius. But my name is of no import.
Like the real
My
Marius?
story, however, is. My father taught me that we are fated by the gods, but that we alone choose our path. You were fated to be an emperor, and I, a soldier. My father's sense of honor drove him to follow a path that served the people.
Who the fuck's your father?
But what drove us to take the paths we did? What made us the men that we are today? My story begins some 10 years past.
10 years. Looks beautiful, by the way, this scene. Holy shit. Beautiful as fuck. This is a 12-year-old game, people. 12 years.
Father,
Marius?
it's good to see you again.
No way this is Gaius Marius, right?
How do I look? Every inch of the Roman soldier.
You look fine, my son. Welcome home. Welcome home. Do you know where you're to be posted?
Alexandria.
Alexandria. That's
Cool
a
city.
quiet province. Your mother will be pleased.
I didn't join the army
Yeah,
to
true.
bask in the sun, Father. I want to fight, like you did for the Empire.
All in good time, my son.
Where did he fight?
All in good time.
Gaul? Germania?
Remember, not all your enemies will be found on the battlefield.
Father?
Marius! Let me look at you. So handsome.
Mother, please.
No British accent so far, I
Your
think.
sister is eager to see you.
You will see her soon enough, my love. For now,
Wait, does he have the bracelets?
with us,
The meme
Amanda.
bracelets? The Monty Python
Fine.
bracelets? I didn't notice. Does he?
I shall
Show
go
it,
and
show it.
find your sister.
Show me the bracelets, dude. The leather bracelets.
Is
Come
there
on.
something troubling you, Father?
It's the show. It's just
we'll
cropped just
talk in
above
good
it.
time. For now, let's see what you've learned.
Ready yourself.
He has the metal fucking
First,
bracelets.
break my guard.
I don't know if that's better or worse. Anyway. We've gone enough there. Not mad yet. I thought it'd be way madder, as I said. It's fucking funny, actually. Okay, back to the game here. Alright. Let me read some comments first, actually. Bro, you should play Eagle Rising. Yes, I am Brazilian. True. Maybe I should answer that in Portuguese? I don't know. Ask me something in Portuguese. I'll answer it properly next time. The man is back. For the day. For the whole day. The Germans make this. You know, very probable. German descendants, right? Americans? I mean, it's not like I think people who made the game weren't... I mean, they were asked by Microsoft, I think it was, what was the story, to make a visual demo for the game. It was a release title for the Xbox One, right? So they didn't ask them to write a proper story, to make a proper gameplay and shit. Just shit out something, whatever the topic is. They chose Rome, and it is what it is. Com quantos paus se faz uma canoa? Teoricamente, pode fazer com um. Você corta uma árvore gigante bastante. Can't wait for more unbiased history. You know you're getting it in a certain way in the game. You see. Conheço o Mario. Eu comi atrás do Mario. Let's grow up. You know, I'm such a fucking noob about how do I filter for top chats? Well, what's the name? Super chats, I think it is. It's not showing on Streamlabs. It used to show. Maybe I turned off the settings somehow. Reading chat, by the way. Type away if you want. Paulista. Maybe. Talvez. I'll do it for my Romanian senator. Abraço de Espanha. Aunque mitad brasileño. Solo mitad? Pena. Cada vez que o Dova fala português, só percebo metade. Faço ideia que você tá falando, vai perceber metade, hein? Hã? Sotaque do Dova eu não consegui entender até agora. Esse é o português civilizado, okay? I'm speaking too much Portuguese. Like 95% of the audience won't fucking understand. Sotaque estranho. Hey, you speak too much English, my dear. This happened with me before. I speak so much English. So many English American friends, Australian and shit, English, Irish. And like it gives you this thing, right? You get like a gringo vibe to the way you speak. It's happened to me. Like I'm down there in the, it's not meatery, açougue. It's the slaughterhouse buying meat. And then the dude this happened months ago. He said like he asked me if I'm a fucking American. I got so fucking offended, dude. Look, like, because the way I speak, he thought I was. Even like an Uber the other day asked me if I was Russian. That one happened a lot of times, especially in university. Yeah, I got this gringo vibe because of my constantly speaking English. Being called by a gringo by your countrymates is why. It is, isn't it? It hurts. It hurts. Yeah. Yeah, it happens way too much to me. Yeah, this happened to me before. Really? Like I wonder if this just happens to someone that speaks English as a second language. It probably translates to other languages as well. Spanish, Dutch, whatever. You mean you got languages mixed up, Lamau? Not really. Sometimes though. Sometimes I forget some words. Here, a fucking super chat. $5 reviews. No, dollars. Bro, your unbiased history videos were a huge inspiration for the fantasy game I'm making. Hey, a fellow game developer? A Roman? No, wait. A game developer. That's awesome to hear, dude. I hope everything all the best for your game. I know how fucking hard it is, you know. Wish you all the best. Hope it's funny. Latin Americans are Roma boos. Sometimes even more than actual Europeans, you know. Fala com as línguas. I speak English, Portuguese, learning Spanish, learning Italian. You know, my Italian is really weak right now. I wouldn't dare say it. Brazil's the fifth Rome. Wait, what is the order? You would technically be. You would technically be fourth if you're really memeing it. I think I got that right. Fourth Rome. Okay, back to the game. About time we review more art, right? More art. Let's see. What should we go with? What do we have here? Is this gonna show? I think it's not gonna show. I need to drag. Oh, this is just that picture again. I thought a lot of this is random. Not exactly fully planned, somewhat planned. There's one. Absolutely something new, right? Absolutely. Oh yeah. So in this game, of course, it's a choice-based game. It's about time I talk about that, right? So on this game, you have choices. It's more of a, how would I describe it? It's kind of like a fusion between three games-ish, you know? Think choice-wise, just choice-wise, you know, structure of choices. Somewhat Stanley Parable-ish, and then you take some a horror-ish slash love game that was released like 2 years ago called Slay the Princess. You get some vibes for it. You know that game is very art heavy. So is my game. So you take that, and then there's also what was the other game I think? Oh yeah, like a Helltaker, Helltaker for the big tits. You know, the big tits. You know, Helltaker did this. You can thank Helltaker for this. You know the game. Y'all know the games I'm talking about, right? Helltaker, really popular, free. Can play right now. So yeah, spooky shit, huh? Ooh, it's a visual novel. I'm not angry with that description. It's far more choice heavy than most visual novels. It has some animations to it. I don't know. I think people are gonna call it a visual novel in many ways. Probably gonna be categorized that eventually, probably. Anyway, as I said, traitors and assassins, all right? Think about that. Get back. Let's drag something else. Ooh, this one. It's kind of full screenish. Yeah, I think it's best this way. So here it's one of the frames I took. It's mostly finished as well. Maybe I can give some that was back when the border lines were a bit too linear there. They're a bit blurry on the edges. It should be more blurry these days. On the game, you're gonna hear a lot of bias stories, you know? You're gonna hear some perspectives, you're gonna hear a lot of bullshit and propaganda. And depending on your degree of Roman knowledge pre-existing before you play the game, the amount that you acquire throughout the game, you're going to be led with the information you're given or acquire through certain paths that might or not be detrimental to whatever you're trying to achieve in the game. Be it win it and shit. Oh, she's missing some of the lines. I just noticed. Anyway, some of this is very old art. Get back down here. Ah, dude. There. Really like, and you see the distinction, right? It's showing more and more between this more painted style of brushes and more, yeah, diffuse. I don't know exactly the word for it. I just keep coming up with painted, and this contrast between a black center and and some colorful outsides, and it's darkish, like a spooky-ish. And then you have a contrast with the other ones that are more like happy and outgoing, like this one, like this one on the top, or that one on the bottom. The game is filled with these contrasts. It's something I love about what I'm working on. It's heavy on contrasts. Let's drag the other one here. I'll just leave this one here as I look at the comments. You're making a game? Yeah, absolutely. You know, as is with streams, most people are gonna listen to this like a recorded, so I won't keep repeating myself. Like I said this quite a few times already, so you can enjoy it on the VOD. But yeah, absolutely. If a Greek calls himself a centaur, does that make him one? I have no idea what you're on about, my dude. Is it a strategy game? Not really. I guess there's some strategy thinking to it, but not really, no. Even though I'd love to make a strategy game, maybe. Sounds really fucking hard though. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of math and complex calculus you gotta go through and shit to make a real complex game, you know, with pops and shit. Some Victoria 2-esque crap. Brazil man is back, absolutely. Peak of Mudhood architecture right there. I mean, yeah. Would I say this picture is mostly finished? Not really. There's no shadowing on the girl there. The map, it's not contrasting well. Anyway, it's not finished, but the skeleton is there on that one. How long is it? Lots of replay value? You know, let me be frank with you. These days, there's a lot of slop games that are filled with unnecessary content to bloat the amount value. And it's worse and worse because it's just a chore to play through a mediocre game that's like a 6, 7 out of 10, that it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And even when the game is really good, like say Witcher 3, there's just so much side quest slop in that game. You just don't want to do it, you know? Like, I don't get why developers feel this, like, almost Bethesda-ish temptation to just fill the world with a lot of mediocre crap. Their games, at least, like RPG worlds, whatever it is. I really don't get that, dude. That hasn't been attractive to me ever since I was 12, you know, playing Skyrim and crap. So I'm more favor for the games. Anyway, I'm using that as an excuse to justify the games being shorter overall, but they're far more branching. They're being quality to choices, you know? I'm a big simp for there being few choices, but the choices that there are being extremely consequential. I really try to maximize that on the writing and developing of the game. So like you play it once, you actually get a branch of the story, of the gameplay, real consequences to what you chose and how you perform. And then you can contrast that to other gameplays. Really contrast, you know, very different outcomes and stuff. Like you become a different player, you acquire more knowledge. In this game, acquiring knowledge is very central. Auto journal. No idea what you're talking about. Facts. Play the game and be done. Afterwards, we need more of those. Every choice has consequences. I mean, not every choice is going to be consequential unless you're literally making a game that combinatorially explodes with every single click you make on the game, right? Like you make decision A, it splits between completely divergent paths A and B, and then on A there's paths like a C and D, and then it keeps going and exploding. So not every choice can be consequential, obviously. Big choices, comfort Caesar. You know, no, I won't say so. Dova was 12 and playing Skyrim. I mean, I came up with kind of a word. Wait, Skyrim came up in 2011. Anyway. What would the game cost? You know, indie prices for games. Silksong came out $20, probably less than that. What the fuck is alive? You know, that's the kind of shit. Why the thumbnail is this way, why I opened the way I did. You know, when you disconnect with constantly posting stuff on YouTube, people just assume you're dead, and I was guilty of that too. You in the past, like a YouTuber just stopped posting for a while. This dude is dead. Got hit by a truck. He's gone. And yeah, it's kind of culture, really. YouTube culture. The guy hasn't posted for 2 months, dead. Hasn't posted for years, he was assassinated. Anyway, more shit, more content, more art. Hmm. Yeah, I love this image, dude. I love this image. To be fair, knowing you're Brazilian, it was likely you just got mugged on the street or some shit. Many theories about that going out there. Dova stopped talking for 2 seconds in the stream. Mossad got him. Absolutely. You have no idea how many times I have to change addresses. They're always on my ass. Get out of here. Even though you're funny. Get out of here. Next one. And then we'll go back to the game. Meme on that shit. Ooh, oh yeah. A text. A choice. You know, they would go like over here. This kind of a simp choice for this one over here. Shut the fuck, Brutus. The queen is speaking. You know, you have very opposing choices to this. They get a bit slurry sometimes. Non-PC. But you know, I brought a few texts. It was mostly image based. But you know, you have choices in this game. By the way, pay attention to the aesthetic here of the way it's colored. You know, the red in the background, this part in the stars of black. It's actually relevant to some shit. But you have to see the rest of the AI to actually piece shit together. Get out of here. Okay, just one more before. Okay, so I got this one. It was extremely experimental. It's on a scene that overall is absolutely not finished. You can see how much rough stuff is this, but it's valuable to see this, right? Especially for people that don't know exactly how from the bottom to up, there's a lot of crap you gotta go through, cycle through very elementary shit. Very low tier art here, but you can structure stuff and then you can go up from here. Look at those giant jugs though. Giant jug. It's so easy, dude. But it's so easy to draw giant jugs. It shouldn't be this easy. So yeah, like maybe you can deduce what this is kind of picturing. Probably an image from an abandoned scene, as I said. Maybe I can salvage that one. But yeah, there's a lot of cycling. A lot of shit that's lost. But you know, maybe that one will never go to the real game. But that's always the case, right? Who knows how many parts of what you're seeing will never make it to the game. Ooh, this one is absolutely going to the game. So let's think. What is this depicting here, my dudes? What is this depicting, I wonder? What do you think this is depicting? Looking at chat. Dido. Nope. Again, never would draw Dido with red colors. Menacing. Yes. Wood. The personification of Orm. Oh, Rome. You know, not a bad guy, I guess. I don't know, but I'm a bust. Come on, the tits aren't that big. I mean, if he wasn't a real woman, would absolutely say that she has big tits. But you know, compared to the jugs that we saw previously, come on, it's not that big. The ass is big though. Yeah. uh, the beginning of the empire. Cool guess. No, though. How many emperors wore crowns, my dude? Actual question. I'm trying to think. Like at least the Greek version of the crown. You know, I forgot the name. It's not laurel wreath. It's the diadem, something like that. Some Roman emperors wore the crap, especially the ones on the. Eventually, the ones on the Eastern Roman Empire, they eventually started wearing crowns more and more. Not on the old ancient Rome though. Tarquinius, cool guess there. Very cool guess. Roman monarchy. You know, in the Roman monarchy, they didn't wear crowns either, but you know, it's very difficult to escape from the king and crown like a connection, right? It's difficult. Checking on the live. One second. Proper live. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. God, I love this image. This is one of the first ones that I properly quote unquote finished. Ah, I really love it. I love to look at it. I think I really hit that contrast for what I was trying to achieve, you know? You know, it's simplistic. Yeah, I was like you give me some feedback. I was trying to achieve something that was both simple but striking visually, somewhat easy to draw because you know, I was trying to invent an art style from no real proper education in drawing. It all had to be learned. I think I hit that, you know? I think I hit that. You know, you have no idea how you see how she's partially glowing on the sides there with the red, you know, it's full on red color and then there's the black strokes and then beyond that there's the more faded red. You have no idea how important that is to actually make this kind of style works. Very fucking important. It's a JoJo reference. All right, it ain't no, it ain't no Skyrim reference. The Seven Gangs looks great. Thank you, man. Actually, thank you. You know, it's gonna be the, it's not gonna be the bread and butter, but you know, it's a game. Getting the visuals right is very important. It's why triple A's lop these days. They just focus on graphics, or they have been focusing for 10 years. You can get away with a lot of shit on narrative and gameplay if you get the graphics right, you know, sales wise, you know, the reviewers these days won't spare you, but still. Dovahedi, is it true? An alternative ending of Aurelian's wife. The same woman as the bottom picture. So every PS5 game, dude, I'm so disconnected from the console generation. I have no idea what games are on PS5 these days. A Spider-Man game. I don't know if it's the number 2, number 3. You know, the one with the black Spider-Man, Miles Morales. I don't know. I think that's a PS5 game. Maybe. Who knows? It's a mystery to me. You kids playing consoles and shit. Anyway, back to Ryse maybe. You know, let's put it through a vote maybe. I think we can do votes on live streams. Wait, how do you do votes on live streams? One second. Show support. Whatever. We'll just do it by popular cry, you know, the raw way. If you want me to go back to play Ryse, say yeah. Or if you want me to keep talking directly about my game and sometime, or yeah, you want me to focus more on the game that I'm doing and show some art and focus on it, or do you want me to go back to Ryse? So yay for Ryse and no for the art. Go ahead. Shit, man, Ryse is dead. All right. I guess we had some memes. We had some good memes on that. What was it? 10-minute gameplay we had of Ryse? Whatever. It's a shit game anyway. I just wanted as filler for whatever we're gonna talk about. But yeah. Well, what was the saying? Vox Populi, Vox Dei, which was, by the way, a warning against popular tyranny. I have no idea who said it. Was it a French dude during the French Revolution? Some vibe like that. All right. Let me just let it play in the background. Quasi open. People want to focus on the art. Let's see. Can you give a TLDR about the game for people who just arrived? We gotta be careful about that, right? I just said that I think 15, 20 minutes ago. Get too much repetitive. Like, it's better to just watch the whole VOD to get everything when it's already been properly explained. But anyway, the game is about Rome. It's very choice heavy. I think the most proper categorization you can make it is a visual novel. It's more heavy on telling a parable because there's a lot of choices. But you want to call it a visual novel? Absolutely, I'm fine with it. Very art heavy. Oh, a movie about Attila and the Romans fighting him would be a base Christian film. Fighting who? Oh no, wait. A movie about Attila and the Romans fighting him. Fighting him who? Anyway. Thanks for the donation though. Dova lives. Again, people think I'm dead, man. I was not kidding about yeah. When face reveal. I mean, it's not hard to dox people these days, right? It's not like I live incognito away from people and shit. You really want to see what someone's face is, there's always like old Facebook pages. There's always like old personal stuff. You can go after familiars who aren't at all trying to be secretive. Like you really want to see what they look like. You can always go down the doxing path. It's not hard. It's not hard. I once saw what CGP Grey actually looks like, and it's like it's disappointing. You can't see the stick figure anymore. You just see the dude. Turns out he's just a dude, an American-looking dude. What is he? 40, closer to 50 years old. I don't know how old CGP Grey is, but no, it looks like a dude. A bit chubbier than I thought he would be. But anyway, you were gone for 3 years, dog. Gone for YouTube. That is fair. He is bald. CGP Grey? Yeah, pretty. We man, I think, what is the rate for balding? I wonder. A lot of dudes out there that are 22 and they're already balding like they're 50, my dude. It's grim for a lot of people. And they take like finasteride and the minoxidil, I think is the name. It's grim, man. Once the stream goes down and Israeli Scud is going geolocators, man. Scud. Holy shit. Is there a Mossad to the Mossad and I didn't even know? Oh fuck. Is it illegal to know that? You shouldn't have shared that, my dude. Stolen account. AI voice changer. I've been disappointed. I've really been. I've seen like the top tier free and even some of the premium choices for AI voice generation because there's all this doom and gloom about voice actors and they've been replaced. I swear, I have never seen an AI voice generator, even the top line ones, that I, as a game developer, would ever use to replace a real human being. I swear that. I am not sucking like a real voice actor cock. I'm serious about that. I haven't seen a single one that can really properly replace a human being. Haven't seen it. Maybe it's out there and I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. Optimates or Populares? That one is hard. It depends on the period. If we're going very early Republic, definitely Optimates. But the Optimates did some shit, man. And there were a lot of good Populares too. But on average, the Optimates for me mostly. When's our next unbiased review? My dude, you're getting way more than an unbiased review. You're getting way more than that. Thoughts on Israel Palestine? Was it the Romans that named the region Palestine? Like I had this meme in my head, but no, I think they actually got the name from the Greeks, and the Greeks got it from even older names. Like it eventually traces back to the Philistines, I think it was. Whatever. Don't actually remember the trace of the name. For Uncle Claudius. Sounds like what a bot would say. Oh, Spectrum again. If I could use an AI voice to narrate my videos, I would, but they all suck at capturing human cadence of speech. You know, the cadence is a big issue for most voices, but that's for the trash voices, you know? You get the really, really top tier, some of them can somewhat fix some of the cadence speech issues. Not really, you can always tell it's AI. But you know what I really hate from my heart. You know, we're getting a little bit off topic, but fuck, off topic. We're getting a bit off topic, but you know, 10-hour stream, 2-hour stream, whatever it is, dude. The amount of YouTube channels out there being voiced by AI is driving me fucking crazy, dude. The technology isn't there, dude. All I hear is the old text to speech from like 2014, you know? I just hear that crap. It's barely different from that. You know, the free shit that they use, it's horrible. It's Dova had it. Just dox me, bro. I mean, yeah, have fun, I guess. It's not like I can stop you. Have you ever thought of unbiased history in 40K? A lot. Like, a lot. Way too much. Probably never gonna happen, though. Well, there's a little bit in the game. I won't say too much. The brain melting AI voices and everything makes me want to gouge my own ears. The voices are really triggering, aren't they? Like when you expect to hear a human and you hear AI voice, something just triggers in your head. Like, ugh, this shit again. In your game, is it one of the bad endings your soldiers declaring your emperor against your will? Interesting question there. So, like, how many emperors would you say were declared emperor and they kind of couldn't refuse? There's actually, I'm thinking of a few examples right now, especially in the third century crisis. There's a few examples of that. What a situation to be found in. We wanted to make the most powerful man in the world, and if you don't follow us with this attempt, we're gonna fucking kill you, shit. We'll replace you with a general that will try. They'll make a single video with all the unbiased history ROM videos in it so people can binge it. There's already a playlist for that, dude. I don't need to amalgamate into a single video. Plus, it's a bit cringy for me. It always is. Like, if you're a YouTuber, you understand. Going back to your first videos and like actually listening to them with the lower audio quality and shit, it hurts, man. It really hurts. Like I think about looking at your old pictures when you were 11 and you thought that you really, really rocked that hairstyle that you had, you know, shit like that. You don't want to watch, you don't want to interact with that. That's in the past. You want that, you know, people like it and I respect it, you know. It is comfy even to watch when a YouTube channel was way lower effort, way more raw and stuff. I love it on YouTube channels when I'm watching them, right? It's not me. Well, it's very comfy, you know. You feel connection. You feel it's grounded stuff. It's based on the old meaning of the word, right? It's down to earth. It's cool. So like all respect for everyone that appreciates the old unbiased history videos, but yeah, can't really do that. It kind of hurts. Cringe shit. Can you tell us about who we play as? That's extremely spoilerful. I can't do that. I guess the stream devolved into answering chat. I'm having fun though. You guys tell me. Reality check. You having fun with me just answering directly chat? You know, proving I'm alive. I'm not AI and shit. I'm working stuff. You guys enjoying this? Too boring? You tell me. This day is for you guys. You said you didn't want Ryse, you wanted more of the art. You tell me what you want. This day is for you. I like when you talk about Realm. I guess everyone that subscribed to the channel does. Wouldn't make sense otherwise, right? What about the unbiased history of the Brazilian Empire? You know, a few years ago, I used to be really ignorant on Brazilian history. You know, painfully so, embarrassingly so. It's more in the recent-ish time that I became more aware of specific Brazilian history because I always thought it was kind of boring, you know, when I was younger compared to world history, you know, thinking about the Battle of Stalingrad or all the Roman shit, you know, World War II, World War One, all the European wars here and there, medieval, Renaissance. My head was always there, and I ignored Brazilian history, even though it's actually interesting. Did you guys know the Paraguayan War? We genocided Paraguay. You know, people don't really know this shit. We genocided. That's the word. We genocided those people, and we created a real interesting situation on the Paraguay War, where we so thoroughly massacred the male population that it kind of became like a land of the woman over there. I don't know exactly if this rate is true, but it was something like 8-1 at the most extreme of times, or like a woman to a man, and the men that were left were really young. So like if you looked from the perspective of those men, it was kind of its own little paradise, but only for the I'm sure for the woman it was quite hellish. Muero con mi patria. 100% good stuff, though. We'll talk more about the game, too. Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's go back to this. Yeah, God. Feels bad to remove this picture. Maybe we can reduce it a little bit, way over there. Something like this. Yeah, I can live with that. Next one. I know it's all numbered and shit. It makes it easier. Oh yeah. Well, this one has writing in it. It's easier to depict what it's about. This one I posted on Twitter, by the way. And everyone, for everyone out there, you want to get more. It's not like I'm very active on Twitter. I became more active a month and a half-ish ago. Had some bombastic tweets, really, views wise and shit. But the account is still rather small compared to the channel, definitely. So you wanna go there and be more up to date whenever I post. I'm gonna be there that I post shit. That's Dido. Yeah. Yeah, that is. Hell yeah. One of the earliest arts I concluded, by the way. Anyway, we've seen too much of the. I don't want to name it, that would be giving it away, but this style of strong strokes, not really painted, like the one in the bottom, there with the white with the woman that's angry-ish. This style way, let's call it. We've seen too much of it. I need to wait a minute. 16. I need to go down here. Okay. Random pick. I have no idea what this will generate. Let's see. I'm seeing by the numbers. Okay, what we have? What do we have here? Oh, this is the one with the full choices. Okay, so this is going to be a bit descriptive about the choice-based game, right? So here we have one of the early dialogue choices on. It's not even it's not even the alpha, not even the pre-alpha, on the game that was structured even a while ago. Obviously, you have a shotgun. You're gonna have bullets, and you can see that the UI art it kind of resembles like a cartridges in a way, if you can see it, and like you enter in this situation, and obviously from the art itself you can see you're being antagonistic, at least initially, presumably that's not a word, presumptively, to the senators there that are attacking the woman. And you have choices, right? And each choice, colored differently, leads to something else, like not revolutionary, right? Oh, big whoop, your game has choices, right? But anyway, first time we see it properly. And you have bullets. Hey, bullets there. Who knows? Maybe you'll get more, maybe you'll get less. You'll probably stay 8 bullets. Let's place it here. Yo, what the fuck? When did you come back? Literally today. No. An hour ago? An hour-ish ago. 1 hour and 22 minutes ago. Aê, porra! Presumably. Yep. Neuron activation. Holy shit, was literally wondering when you will be back. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, Fiend Venomek. Hi. Came back with some gay ass bullshit, Lamal. I mean, you're gonna say you're seeing a lot of woman designs and shit. Okay. Is gay the word? It's certainly feminine, right? You're seeing a lot of woman designs. I wouldn't call it gay. I don't know if gay people would be drawing those thick ass tits. Are red letters choices where you use bullets? Very good observation there. Very good observation. Maybe. I mean, I can be quiet about everything, right? Obviously, you're gonna have choices that let you just shoot people, you know? Almost at the N word. Watching so many black American content creators. Obviously, you're gonna have choices where you just blast people with your shotgun, right? And yeah, that one, at least initially, maybe it won't sustain. That one is one of the choices where you just blast people, you know? Bullet through, bullet comes through. I really enjoyed drawing some of the I didn't get into the pictures. Damn it, I should have got the explosions and just bombarding people, blood coming out. It's way easier than I thought it'd be. Look good too. But yeah, absolutely. You'll be shooting people in this game. If you play it in a certain way. Dova, why do you choose to not be a millionaire by continuing your series? I mean, what series? You mean the Byzantine one? The Roman was completed as far as classical Romans. I guess you mean the Byzantine one. That shit wasn't making me a bit millionaire, dude. People have this misconception a lot. If you like, I really want you to register this. Just because your YouTube channel gets more than 100K subscribers and it gets proper views, does not mean that person is rich. It's a misconception, right? Like people think of the channels like Ben Shapiro that is like sometimes actively sponsored by multiple enterprises, right? That guy puts on like 10 ads per video and he's actually affiliated with big enterprises and being paid by them, and he has a whole website where people subscribe to his stuff and they see that he is a multimillionaire and they associate that with being like a instantly, if you're big-ish on YouTube, you must be rich. It's not true, my dude. It's not true at all. Roman Daganrompa. I knew. Atlético just beat Real 5-2. Patético just did that? No way. This Patético? No, I don't believe that. Fake news, Spectrum. You're getting banned. Horny design. Oh, it ain't gay, contrary to recent theories. Can you romance the Romans in the game? I ain't answering that. Partially? Versus $1 per view on Cornhub. Yeah, I heard this shit. They pay a lot for views on Pornhub? No idea. No idea if that's true. 100K views equals 100 to $300 depending on the video. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that, right, Spectrum? Purely off of YouTube AdSense? Yeah. That really shatters a lot of illusions, doesn't it? YouTube pays squat, my guys. Just on YouTube, it pays squat. A lot of people had this realization when there was this shorts boom on YouTube. Like I used shorts with 1 trillion, gajillion, 50 trillion views, and you think, oh, this dude definitely got rich off of that. Like, no, no. That's like a lot of money to Brazil. It is worth more to me than to Spectrum for absolutely. What's a dollar to euro rate these days? It's still similar-ish. Okay, a little bit more. 1.1, yeah, something like that. It kind of kills a bit. Maybe I should play some audio. I don't know. Last time it was absolute bullshit. You remember that stream hundreds of years ago, where I did the entire history of the Byzantine Empire. Like I play classical music on the background, but because of the way that copyright rules are structured on YouTube, even though the song, like a lot of people don't know this, even though the song itself is copyright free, hundreds of years old song, because the recording is copyrighted, then the song gets copyrighted, and that one is full on copyrighted. It's ineligible for monetization. Yeah, stuff, dude. That video is got well a lot of views. Yeah, but if you continue the genre, even with Byzantium, whatever else, with your usual style, plenty of people would subscribe on Patreon. The Patreon, man. Ooh, sometimes I have shame to talk about that. It's still there. There's still people. And by the way, your names are registered there. I know the ones that have stayed, and I have some plans to reward. I have the receipts. I have plans. No, no upcoming content yet, but the names are there. I need to reward those people that stay there. What game were you playing earlier? Ryse Son of Rome. It's trash. Don't play it. Damn, the game is about time traveling the Roman Empire with a shotgun. Oh yeah, I fucking forgot this angle of analysis. So yeah, guys, like one of the inspirations for this whole game is the classic meme, Let me get this out of the way. So you ever fantasize, ever had a certain fantasy? You go back in time with a gun and you just blast everyone you thought caused the fall of the Roman Empire. You've had this fantasy, right? Maybe not with Rome precisely, but in some point of history, you wanted to shoot some person, change history shit. When you really think about it, you'd cause some kind of butterfly effect and fuck history in other ways, prevent your birth, whatever. Time travel doesn't really work. But we've all had that fantasy. Kind of based on that, inspired by that. This is my boomstick. I missed you. So did I. I miss you all, guys. Not you particularly, Fernando Arell. I have never met you before now, but I miss all you guys collectively. My comrades, collectively. Leaves for 3 years. You do be like that. You do be like that. Even if you don't get a video, did you play New Vegas? I did play New Vegas. That video, man, it was like I got a lot of the footage for that one. Whew, yeah, that was the last one, wasn't it? I was working on it. There's a part of this, my game that kind of handles that stuff because it's easy, right? There's references in my game, Games reference each other. There's a lot of Roman stuff in New Vegas, so watch out for that. Watch out for that. My General Dova. I'm here, dude. I'm here. Did you play Shadow of the Erdtree or Oblivion Remastered? I did play Shadow of the Erdtree. I played a lot of Shadow of the Erdtree. And honestly, we gotta have a conversation on these Souls-like games. There's this misconception about if you play Magic, you're a shitter that is just cheating on the game. And there's absolutely a lot of bosses where using Magic, you're just you have an AR-15, you're 15 yards away, and you're just blasting the dude. And that really does feel like cheating. The first boss, right? Margit. You just have you go with the mage up there, you mog the horse guy, you just go directly there, and you just kill the guy instantly, 2-minute long fight at worst, and you just kill him. Yeah, magic against that kind of shit, yeah. But dude, you make a strength build, and you just focus on strength. You're maxing health, you're maxing endurance, you're maxing strength. You just destroy everything because you stagger shit, you got a big ass greatsword. It just feels like cheating. I don't get people that say it's noobs, really. I don't get people that say that playing with magic is cheating. There's a lot of bosses that it's way harder to play with magic. Not even talking about the ones that are resistant to it. I mean, mechanically so. If you have a big ass sword in Elden Ring, you're gonna be spam staggering. It's way easier, particularly against NPCs and shit. Anyway, I shouldn't be talking about other games there. Nice to see you back, Dovetti. JT. Nice to be back. Bye, Dova. It's got stuff to do. See ya. Gonna be a lot of you. That many people, even on a Saturday, is gonna stay here for multiple hours. Can we dodge roll in the game? This game? My game? Not really. Maybe I'll make a scene just for you. One dodge roll scene. Oh wait, there's one. No, that's not technically dodge roll. Let's get some more art here. Another random pick. It's easier to random pick. As I said, it's all. I see numbers here on the Streamlabs UI. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Should I even be showing? This one is quite old. The head proportions are kind of wrong. The eye proportions are kind of wrong. But I don't know. It's there. You deaf now? Mid dialogue, you know? There's dialogue, you're gonna be talking to people. It is fully voice acted. Oh, it's going to be. It's not, and not yet fully voice acted. It's going to be. And you're gonna be interacting. There's going to be frames, you know. It gives you a vibe. This one is actually quite helpful, even though it's not quite up to date. Disappear without a trace. There are some traces on Twitter, but you know, it's not like I left a trace indicating that traces will be left there. You're right. Does it have many choices, many consequences? I am working on those, yeah. There's going to be quite a few endings. Yeah, Stanley Parable is a good starting base to think about how the game is going to be structured because it's a simple skeleton for that kind of choice game, right? I think it was the first big choice game that I would say, right? That's not a proper game. Narrative games? I forgot how you properly say it. You're not going to call Stanley Parable visual novel, right? It's another type of name. Yeah, like that kind of, yeah, I'm just going to keep calling it choice game. It's a basic structure, and you can build other stuff on top of it. In my case, there's a lot of ROM, there's a lot of humor, there's a lot of art. Will you release a meme coin? Not yet. I'm not scamming you guys yet. Why the fuck Julius Caesar is a female? That one, as I said before, keeping it a secret. I'll be giving some stuff away. It is kind of baiting attention, right? Right? Why the fuck? What? Yeah, that's I wanted that. You fall into my trap, dude. Trap card. This game looks awesome. How much will it cost? And what games have you been playing lately? Thanks. And it's going to be priced low-ish for in indie game. You know, like the typical price range or lower than indie games are. Like I have this fixed rate in my head of $15, $20. I think that's the standard. Maybe it'll be lower. I don't know. Yeah, it should be defined, but think on that range. What games have you playing lately? I play way less games these days because I've been really focused on maximizing work on the game I'm making. But when I do play games, I play either Elden Ring because it's one of those games where you don't have to think, you just have to act, right? You want to reserve the like people who work relentlessly on shit, like be it work or study, they know this feeling. When they want to relax, they don't want to think. They just want to distract themselves. It's very different. You don't want to be spending like an energy up here, right, in the head. You just want to be thinking about other stuff, partially thinking. And Outer Ring is good for that, right? You don't, you know, you just be playing. And also some strategy games. EU4 back in the day, Songs of Six sometimes because I just haven't cracked that game, you know? How do you optimally build cities and I refuse to watch tutorials. Whenever I launch that game, I just get squashed by one reason or another. Outbreak, starvation, invasion, and shit. Like I always get wrecked. So it's enticing that way. Haven't cracked it, haven't mastered it. So yeah, those are games, I guess. What game engine are you using? This might surprise a lot of people. Godot. Yep. Take her fedoras out. What the fuck? You're not using Unity? Nothing against Unity. but you know, it was partially influenced back in well around the time that I was settling and on what this kind of game that I'm making, it could be done on any engine. I'm not picking Godot because of some superiority that Godot has. It just eventually became the choice I made. And also for console parity, I was thinking also of translating it to Unity eventually, maybe. But back in the day when I was making this choice, Unity had this whole drama online about screwing small independent uh, video game developers. You know, at that pivotal time, there was just bad PR back then. It influenced my choice. There was a lot of technical reasons to choose Godot, but you know, Unity, the game would look essentially and play essentially as it does now. Yeah, no real reason for Godot. There are some, but it would get a little technical. You know, you'd have to know game dev stuff. If I were to give a reason why Godot, it tends to be very good and simple for indie games. Yeah, it's just attractive. The art goes hard. Thanks, man. I'm just revealing the art today, so you guys liking it is it's a very good sign, right? It's the only thing I'm showing. Not showing the story, not showing the script, just sharing some vibes and overall structure here and there. If you guys like the art, I'm happy. I'm really happy actually. You know, debut in a way. Okay, let's drag another image. Another art. More art for the plebs, for the masses. Let's go. Oh shit, this is part of a sequence. 30, 30, okay, numbers and shit. Let's get the other ones. Okay. Yeah, there's this whole sequence. I need to drag it up here and see which ones are attached. This is part of like a 3 or 4 image long sequence. Let's see. Let me fix it. You go here. Now this one. Yup. This one. Yup. Ah, fuck. It's more to the upside than the down. Wait. Okay. And you see, we're building here a sequence for sure. This is one of the ones I didn't fully. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Is this one of them? Yep, it is one of them. Related-ish. Check the back down there. This image isn't finished either. It's more sketchy, but you know, relevant. Here it's part-ish of the scene, and you're talking to this woman, whoever it is. And then there's this image. She's saying something. She's feeling something. Yeah, just about there. All right. Pay attention to the background art there. Extremely relevant. Agrippa's invasion of Illyria. Very interesting choice. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask what you think is happening there in the background. You can probably deduce there, Greece-ish, Illyria-ish location. It's really cropped, right? Yeah, woman, where's fanboys? A proper, I want to say 2nd century Roman right there. Bro respond, was never dead. Rumors about my death, exaggerated. That's Augustus's campaign in Illyria, right? I always forget how actually educated my audience is on niche Roman topics. I always forget that. When's the series expected to come out? Series? You mean a game? The game has no defined release date. We're teasing today. We're not even showing the proper game, right? We're just showing some chopped art that I took apart. Is it not safe for work? No. Contrary to what the breast size might indicate, it's not a porn game. It's a Roman game. Agrippa, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Agrippa. Hell yeah. Let me scroll up a bit. I'm actually astounded we've stabilized at 200 people watching. I thought we were gonna fall way lower. I have no idea what was the average view size back in the old stream, you know, the one with 400k views. I think it eventually stabilized on 500 views, something like that. Back when the channel was more active. Romance VN when. There's so. What percentage do I want to guess? What is the percentage of visual novels out there that are pure Gunner, Japanese style romance shit? It's so much. Even Slay the Princess, right? Even that is pure romance. They would have called that a horror game? No way. Yeah, just another romance simulator. I like that game, by the way. I really like the art style, the direction they went. It's like a pencil drawn. I really like that pencil drawn vibe. I didn't go with that, right? It's more painted, more digital painting. Really like that art style. But yeah, like I forgot what you asked. Oh my god, the head is back? He is back, baby. And he's staying here for hours on end until you get bored. Until you get bored. The king is back. Rex. But how long has it been in the works? Great question. So I want to say it's. Would I say the best answer to that is 2023? But it's kind of mixed, right? What counts as starting the work? When you start at a very low intensity, but you gradually build up to it. At what point do you say, okay, I've properly started development and actually dedicated my work time and free time for this shit? The best answer is 2023. 2023. How much is it gonna cost? I'm gonna start ignoring questions I repeatedly answered. Again, it's gonna make it boring for the people watching the VOD. Sorry, my dude. Man07311. Sorry, my dude. I'm having fun, by the way, answering your questions. Just interacting with the community, the chat. I'm having fun. You guys get bored? You want me to just focus on the art and just keep talking about the art, minimize the comments? You tell me. You tell me. You enjoying the talk, the direct talk? I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. Love this community. Can I kiss you? Even if you wanted, you couldn't, unless you're my neighbor. Would there be any DLCs? Now here's the Ubisoft dev. Here's the dev that plans DLCs before the game even has an alpha. That's based king shit there, my dude. Paradox moment. Dude, it should be illegal. The how it should be illegal for by the time your game is pretty much developed and you're working on the sequel or the development of the proper game is finished, it should be illegal for the additional content, DLC games or added expansions, for the price value of that to be bigger than the base game. And Paradox is guilty of that on what would I say, a 3x, 4x rate? If you go on Stellaris or on any Paradox game, how much of the proportion of the full game, DLCs, expansions, everything like I summed up, what is the proportion that is the expansion? What is the cost of the base game? I'm actually scared to look. I won't look. Way too big. Should be illegal. I think that that method of developing games, it might be monetarily sustainable as long as the expansion quality is good, which isn't always, of course. I don't know, something feels scamish about it to me. It feels a bit wrong. I don't know, maybe it's warranted if the expansions are good. I don't know, something feels weird about that model for me. Paying for digital media, based pirate. You know, like unironically, I've already written parts of my game that like a I don't want to say reward because you can't really account for which ones parts of the game are become become pirated copies, you know, that people pirate torrented, and which ones are properly legally bought. But you know, I've toyed with some concepts, dude, because you know, piracy these days is part of life. A lot of people can't afford shit. And even when they can, they don't want, you know, they don't want to save money for other shit. And when you learn, it's so easy to torrent and pirate. It's so easy. Like you've never done it, it's way easier than you think it is. Way easier, and the quality is very consistent. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that as a game dev, but it be like that. Is that Justina? God, who was Justina again? Maybe what Roman princess? I forgot who Justina was. Completely blanked. Maybe there were multiple Justinas. Oh wait, someone related to Justin the Great? Justinian the Great, I mean. Wait, somewhere in that period. This guy alive? Yeah, you see guys what I'm talking about? The Angry Emperor. Okay, more art. Oh yeah, this was. Wait, I pulled some shit up here. Did I show this? Yep. Mm. Oh yeah, forgot. This is a part of a mini sequence too. Bang, bang, bang. Uh, you gotta have fun. You gotta have fun with what you do, dude. Life's not worth living if you at least don't get a job that you enjoy. At least some part of your life, right? We all work horrible jobs here and there, but you gotta enjoy it at least sometime. Eventually. More art. The people want more art, I think. Come on. Ooh, this one is an old one too. I can tell by a bit of the structure changes that I made for the head and the eyes. The eyes should be bigger and stuff. But yeah, as you can tell, you'll be talking with people. You'll be interacting. And this is just about the consistency of the art that you're gonna see. Stay here for a while. This is not actually the one I wanted to show. I was hoping for a different one. Dovahedi, anti-pirating screen is gonna be crucifixion. Anti-pirating screen? You mean me using anti-piracy software? I'm never using that. Ultrakill Dev made a good comment about piracy, I think. I don't know. Yeah, indie devs, even with highish piracy rates, the truth is, like gamers in general, they support like indie video game devs. They do. At least when the game is good or has enough of a popularity and stuff. They actually receive it very well because I understand, right? The game isn't that expensive. It's actually good quality. It attends a niche or another. People support it, even with a lot of piracy, right? Look, piracy is a fact of life. You just gotta live with it. So developers like Ultrakill making pragmatic or good comments, whatever it is he made, it's not a big achievement really, even though it's good that he made. Piracy. We are not against pirates. Many people who support us these days have started by pirating our games before buying the games legit. you can pirate, but consider supporting. That's just about my position too. Like, you like a game, you really like the game, like I say, you pirated it, and then you play the game proper, and you liked it, okay, consider buying it, you know? I've done that in the past, right? Some games, like, it's a consideration that you make. Depends on how good a game is, right? How much it means for you. Will the game skip couple of years in between, or will it be streamlined? So you won't have literally every single happening of Roman history, but there will be a lot. There is going to be some skips. We're not covering like a year by year, week by week of Romulus to like not even the late Romulus, like Constantine the 11th, right? Some skips, right? Some skips. You could try use shareware licensing model. I have no idea what that is. That was a hugely successful, but I don't know what it is. I'll have to educate myself. I'm very ignorant on that. Maybe it's interesting. Shareware. I don't know exactly what that implies. I don't pirate games. Based payer. What do you think of oversimplified Punic Wars video? I haven't watched it. I have watched a lot of oversimplified videos, and how do I explain it? So like, it's not targeted for my kind of viewing experience. The jokes are very like I don't even want to say high school, like middle school tier. They are very for a very young demographic, and they're very, you know, like, it's not, the word is not childish, but child friendly, right? It's very something that teachers would find funny and show it on history class on their schools, in middle America, that kind of vibe. Which, it's a niche, and the videos are extremely popular, right? Tens of millions of views. So it's attending a market there. It's good for them. It's not for me. I don't think I've ever laughed at any of those videos, but I appreciate the grind. And you've got to appreciate that, they're spreading history and knowledge. And the more historically literate our population, even if it is for memes, animation, and 40-minute videos, whatever it is, we understand to gain from that, right? Not dark jokes. Well, on oversimplified? Oh no, my game. My game has a lot of dark jokes. Though, have you played the Legionaries Light before? Like someone gifted that game for me like years ago. Like I think it was a Patreon or a friend. Someone gifted me that game. I never played it though, unfortunately. I the older I get, the less of a desire I get for playing games, the more I get for making them. It's, more leaning on the creator side. But I don't know, maybe I should play it. Maybe it's really good. Like a Ultra Instinct Chud. Being normie, it means that it's not for me, it's not for you, it is for normies, right? Which is the majority of the population. We gotta understand our demographics. Okay, okay, it's stuff for other people. Stuff for other people. Okay. Even if we find a lot of the jokes cringe and not funny and blech, which I do for a lot of oversimplified. Like, no offense, I do find a lot of the jokes pretty terrible, but it's doing a lot of good work. We should respect it. Morte Bianca, relatable, man. One of the facts of actually being alive, I do live in the real world, and sometimes on some things I'm relatable. I hope so. Good to see you, by the way. Have you have you ever watched Historia Civilis? Absolutely nowhere. Who the fuck is that guy? Did I miss something cool? Let's see. Does that mean that we will see Aurelian? I'm not answering that. Upload a vid, little bro. Doing more than that, my guy. Is the Modern Warfare 2 favela accurate? What was the mission of Modern Warfare 2 favela? It's been so many years since I last played it. I mean, a lot of the graphics looked accurate about some favelas. It was, I mean, I'm purely going off a decade-old memory, more than that. From what I remember, I don't remember being offended or thinking that favelas depicted in the game were inaccurate. I think they were fine. Obviously, Americans weren't invading it, but you know. What have you been up to, Unc? Unc. Ugh. Been working on this thingamajiggy you're seeing on the screen there. See, I'm moving the screen. This image in particular. 3 years to just do this image here. Crazy, just rewatched your Byzantine series 2 hours ago. Boom, you're here now. You know, that's gonna happen to someone, right? Statistically, someone's gonna be that guy that was watching my shit and then instantly, I'm here. You were one of them. Lucky guy. Extra history sucks. Is that a extra credit? Oh yeah. Extra credit, extra history, yeah. Honest. The old voicing guy. I never got the appeal of high pitching your voice with the voice changer that guy used. I'm just talking about the voice changing. That just kind of ruined a lot of his content for me. I guess a lot of people liked it. They thought it was iconic. I never liked it. I couldn't really watch a lot of his stuff because of that, even though some of his videos were cool. But eventually the narrator changed. I have no idea why. And the history videos, oh, they're fine. They're fine. Some aren't, but you know, mostly they're there. Has some controversies, right? Political ones on the channel. Though, what's your thought if modern people introduce you to Romans about motorsport? Motorsport? I don't know what you're specifically talking about. You mean motocross? What a random ass introduction to make the Romans. Hey yo, guys, check this out. Someone just ate an edible. Will the game have a mini game for clipping coins? Maybe I should add it. I had my extended joke for that. I won't say it though. Race tier list when? Okay, let's see. Imperials, tie between Bretons and Nords. You could make an argument for High Elf, but you know, I hate elves, so I'm not going in that direction. Instead of High Elves for fourth place, let's go with the based Dunmer. Dunmer, and then do I go with the mostly extinct races? I don't know. Anyway, let's go with the big ones. Where do I place the Khajiits? The Khajiits. I don't like the Khajiit, man. The Bosmer. Okay, Bosmer for 5th place. And then we put in the High Elves. And then, let's see. I don't know, the rest are all... The other ones are all in the mud for me. All playing the mud on the same tier. Come to the Philippines, we still have garum. Like, actually? You still drink that shit? No way. When will the promised New Rome series come out? You're getting more than that. That's the one thing I'm going to repeat. What are other Eastern Roman Empire YouTubers that you watch? You know, as a consequence of doing a lot of Roman content, you get less of an appeal of watching other people, even though I have watched quite a bit. Of course, I've collaborated with some of them in the past, right? Like, in particular, like, I've seen a lot of Roma Brew Ramblings videos as of recent, even though he doesn't upload very often. Who am I to say that shit, right? He has some good takes on a lot of shit. Like, go watch his last video that was very provocative. The one about the Ottomans. Go watch that one. I think it's It's a hot take, but I think he made a lot of good points in that video. Oh, my favorite cornball is back. I forgot the meaning of cornball. Is cornball like I mean goofy? I forgot. Super chat from Javier or Xavier in my local language. Savior Heart. $5 actual dollar dues. G'day. May you please tell the story of Hadrian and the Jews? Well, it's very short, right? Basically, Hadrian was out there building stuff, mostly walls. And then one day his twink BF died. And then right around the same time, the Jews really... the first big revolt failed. The second big revolt, they got to kill a lot of people, but it still failed. They launched a further revolt, claimed the Messiah, all that shit. I think the high priest isn't the technical term, the high priest of Judea proclaimed Bar Kokhba the Messiah after he won a few local victories, destroyed a legion or two. And it started the whole shitstorm there. A lot of Romans were massacred. And in turn, Hadrian, already in a bad mood, came down with the hammer and... I mean, the word is genocide. You can use massacred, basically genocide, right? I think the 600,000 Jews killed in that conflict is not that far off. I don't remember like a modern Roman... I think the reverse, really. More Roman historians, they support kind of the high-ish estimates of the ones killed in that revolt. So yeah, like Jews revolted, and they got a hammer, dude. They got the hammer. Hadrian hammer. Is it really genocide if they deserved it? Well, when you consider that genocide is just about the worst thing you can do, you know, like you gotta really think about it. Yeah, like you gotta think particular to the context, right? If you engage in a revolt, and as part of this revolt that is religiously based, ethnically based, you're trying to restore your kingdom, so you use that as a justification. You slaughter a lot of people, a lot of civilians. You destroy legions. You revolt against your empire that did conquer you. Putting into that context, like it's about who wins in the end, right? And the Romans won very hard. It impresses me to this day. The Jews remained as a cohesive religious unit after that. You guys gotta read the basics of the Bar Kokhba revolt. Hadrian was not fucking around. It's very, very impressive. The Jews survived in some form for a... You know, they spread around, and you know, people say they claim that really the Jews in that conflict, the real Jews that had connection to the land from back then, they were pretty much ended in their revolt, and there's some arguments for that because the obliteration was really strong. I haven't read in particular how strong the claim of modern Jews, you know, the ones in Israel right now, they have to the Jews that fled, because inevitably the ones that did fled, they did interbreed a lot with the other locals in the empire and outside the empire. And like Middle East, Europe, they migrated a lot. There's going to be a lot of admixture with non-Jews. So I guess the best argument to make is that the Jews today, that we have today, they have a much reduced direct lineage, DNA lineage, to the Jews that were massacred back then in the Bar Kokhba revolt, but there's still some linkage, right? I think that's the most normie take you can have. And then you can speculate from one side or another. I would have to read more stuff to actually educate myself there on the strength of the genetic linkage there. Have you read any historical fiction novels? You know, I'm not a woman, so no. Sorry about that. No, like reading novels isn't much for me. I don't really like it. I try getting to it, you know, even on audiobooks. I try, dude. Like fiction, even historical fiction, isn't really for me. I tried, man. I tried. I started reading Eagles of the Empire series, and I really like it so far. Oh, happy for you, my dude. Thanks for the €5. Would you join the Mossad? You know, I wonder, how high is a Mossad agent paid? You know, probably the reality is disappointing, right? Probably. No, what an FBI agent is paid relative to the GDP of the of Israel. Probably not. Probably not. Technically, expulsions is also genocide. By modern definitions, maybe. Some institutions have different definitions of genocide. Like, if you engage in ethnic cleansing, for some institutions it means genocide. For others, the criteria is more strict. Yeah, it requires like a very explicit intent when you engage in the massacring of people. I don't know. The discussion is kind of, you're doing the big bad. You're massacring. E aí, cara? E aí, Pedro? This game was promised 3 trillion years ago. 3 years. 3 years. Teresa Gibelstein. Oh, here comes. $5. Have you ever considered doing an unbiased history of the Brazilian Empire? Someone out there should do it. Like, there's going. I am Brazilian, so on my game there is some sections of it that is Brazil. In fact, I should just say, right? The plan right now is to not just dub the game and write it, of course, in English, as you've seen, like, it's written. You've seen already plenty of English there, on some languages. But also, I am planning on fully dubbing it and on the writing as well, having to make edits on Brazilian Portuguese. Because, like, we Brazilians, man, we're starving for games that are produced by Brazilians, right? The average Brazilian cannot think of one Brazilian dev, video game dev, a big one, right? Even though they are out there. There are plenty of Brazilians that make indie games and stuff. There are plenty of Brazilians that engage in the dev industry. They don't per se make the games, but they make part of it. And like, foreign companies making games and stuff. But we don't have that. We don't have like that Poland case, right? With CG Project Red. We don't have that one big video game company that's Brazilian and is making world acclaimed games. Not that my game will be a world acclaim. Who knows? But we don't have that, right? So like, it would be good to have that, you know? Is Portuguese easy to learn? No. That's the basic answer. I'm assuming you're American, right? Maybe you're not. Even if you're Argentinian, Spanish, like, you speak natively Spanish, or you're American that learned Spanish, that is more of a hindrance than a help a lot of the time, because Portuguese is just, yeah, it's just adulterated Spanish in many ways, right? It's harder Spanish. It's more complex Spanish. The pronunciation is going to get considerably more complex, and there's going to be a lot of false friends, right? For those that don't know, false friends is this concept in linguistics where one word is extremely similar to another because of the closeness of the languages, but on applied spoken dialect, they have very different meanings. Like, for example, I don't know if Spectrum is still listening. There's a lot of false friends in Brazilian Portuguese and Portuguese. A lot of them. Like, a real false friends. Like, they're downright curses in Portugal, or they're curses in Brazil when they're just normalized words on the other side of it. Will you voice the main antagonist? Yes, I do. That black guy over there, you see, with the dagger, looking you all creepy looking with the horns. I voiced that guy. Oh, it's Spectrum again. Dova does have a nice antagonist voice. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Like, this is going to surprise people. This is going to surprise people because it always does. I've had this voice that you're listening to right now just about ever since I was 12, 13. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. My balls dropped from between I was 11, 12, 13, and they got just about this. I'm pretty sure, like a 90% this deepness when I was 12. And like like my friends, we always make fun of that, you know. Like my friends in school, like this happened like a Ryse. We would like a prank call prostitutes, and they would get me to talk, and I could always convince them because I sounded like an adult. Yeah, bad stuff, by the way. Don't prank call prostitutes. They're humans, you know. Make more unbiased history of Byzantium. Dedicated dude. Technically, in a way, making it on the game. Oh shit! I should bring more. Should bring more art. More art. People want more art. Let's try this shit here. Oh, it's big. Let's see what we have. Ooh, it's dialogue. Well then listen, you submissive sheep. Yeah, the villain talking. Is he the villain? Is he the hero? Forgot I need to moderate shit. Why did you disappear? Very complex answer. Very. How much do I want to say? Because I bet a lot of people are wondering about that. Essentially, I needed a sharp change in direction. I wasn't feeling fulfilled on the direction that I was going creatively with the channel. You can deduce that right from the change that I made from more edits heavy and like a meme videos that did pretty well, to be honest. And I wasn't satisfied with that even. I wanted something different. I wanted something different. And making a game came up eventually and it felt really, really right. Really right. I am really liking making this game. I'm really happy with the direction it's been going, like a writing wise, art style wise, and I'm happy people like it as well, like the art style so far. If I you know, I had to make a creative change, you know, and it took a lot of thinking. It took a lot of, it's gonna sound soy as hell, dark night of the soul, like think about stuff, heavy stuff, right? Eventually, I ended up on this game, and uh, I don't know. It's hard to plan this stuff out, right? When you don't have the answer for many months, you don't really know what to do. You don't know how to react, how to do stuff. N- Like the sudden stop in content was not planned. It happened. Sounds lazy to say that, but you know how it is. Like many YouTubers, they just kind of suddenly vanish for a while. They appear, reappear eventually. Try to be as honest as I can. Still over 200 viewers. My God, you guys are awesome. Do you like Imperator Rome? Haven't played. I just know that the reviews say it's trash, even though, yeah, I never gave it a try. I just heard that the game was utterly abandoned by Paradox. I don't know how true that is. High effort, my dude. High effort. $2 from Igor. I applaud the effort. Libinus. Is it only you making the game, or do you have some help with the coding? No, it's 100% coded by me. I got full-on autism mode, right? 100% written by me, 100% drawn by me, 100% coded by me, 100% actually devved, right? Placing the stuff together. It's a one-man project, my dude. Is it inefficient doing that way? Absolutely. I don't know, gives you a lot of creative control, and it's not sustainable long term, right? Like, let's make some assumptions here. Assumption mode, right? In the ideal world, we finish this game and it is received reasonably well, like both on reviews and like a monetarily so, right? It makes some like money. If we were to plan on maxing out, I started a video game company out of that, you wouldn't be sustainable to keep doing it that way, right? Even though there's examples of it, like the most absurd example is like a Toby Fox. He made Undertale, as far as I know, completely on his own. And he is making Deltarune completely on his own, as far as I know. As far as I know, I haven't checked that. I don't know, because he's this huge, big hit. He can afford to stay multiple and multiple years, like dedicating himself inefficiently is the word, right? Because he would be able to pump out more work if he hired people and shit. But you know, there's a lot of soul to it, right? There's a lot of control you get for when you totally control the artistic and coding and development of a game. It feels more authentic, right? I do prefer games like that, right? Not necessarily one man soloing everything, but like a small teams, like a small indie teams, 3 people, 5 people, less than 10 people. Those games usually are really good for me, right? I don't know what is the name of the game I'm thinking. The one that is really popular about the guy in this dystopic world. I didn't actually play it. Like it wasn't my playlist for a long time. I didn't actually get to play it. The one that was extremely well reviewed. I think it's a leftist game, and the narrative, I mean, right, that critiques the world for a leftist lens because it's dystopic. I forgot the name of the game. It's like a what is it? You know, it's isometric, and there's a lot of like a mind powers. You'll be talking to people. You're this like a brown-haired guy with a green shirt. You know what I'm talking about, right? What's up with the shotgun? It's part of the game, dude. Part of the game. Think Toby Fox has some kind of team for Deltarune. Wouldn't surprise me at all. The dude has the money for it. And it does accelerate a lot of the production. He has over 50 people working on Deltarune. Is that true? I wonder what specifically they do. I wonder if it's like a proper mini company where he's just a director giving ideas, or he is really active on one sector and he delegates other. I would love to know exactly how that is like separated. Disco Elysium. That's it. That's it. Thank you, Jabraggy. That is the game I think about. I think the amount of people that worked on this Disco Elysium is low-ish. I want to say, talking a little bit of ignorance. I want to say it's on the low tens of people, 20 people, 30 people. I think that's right. You know, like it's higher than I said before, right? I said like a 5, 10 people, but you know, like the more hundreds of peoples you throw into the development of a game, the higher the percentage chance of it becoming slop. Like, am I talking out of my ass? I do think that's true on aggregate. Even though it might sell really well, right? Because they're combining a lot of manpower, pump out graphics, a lot of man hours. Rage quit. 6 euros. Will we ever get another unbiased history? Never say never, right? Not yet exactly as videos on the channel, but I don't know. Spiritual successors. There's a lot of people that made like a unbiased history looking stuff, taking a lot after the format, and they're out there, you know. You can watch it there. Spectrum. I was gonna say Papers, Please, but what? Oh, you know, never actually. Wait, did I play Papers, Please? Do I have that game? I don't remember. I watched a lot of people play it though. Essentially, I've played it. Somewhere along the line, the artistic vision just drowns in the slop. You know, what games does that not happen? Let's think here. Very big games with very big budgets, a lot, hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of people working on it. How many games can we think where they ended up really good story-wise, gameplay-wise? I already think of Elden Ring. We were talking about that before. Probably quite a few Mario games, even though I haven't played a Nintendo game ever since I was a little kid. Uh, Thinking here. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. There one. I don't know if it's hundreds and hundreds of people. Maybe it's on the high tens, but you know, a lot of people. You know, it's not like it's impossible. It's not even like it's that rare. But you know, the more people you get on board for a project, you know, the more the artistic vision, the vision for the game kind of dilutes. It's hard to hold together, and we end up with more and more shit like Starfield. You know, utter soulless slop. Sorry, Todd. It is what it is. There is a Gibblestein again. What are some of the best books about Roman history? Okay. Hot take. If you read Roman history books, there's a high percentage chance you will find most of that shit boring. I'm thinking of the normal person, right? Imagine you are trying to get into Roman history, and the first thing you do is that you go to Mary Beard, right? Great historian, wrote a lot of books. You go to one of her books and you just read stuff. If you weren't pre-interested in Rome, I think it's kind of hard because it's not like it's difficult to get into. But I don't think I'm articulating this very well. Like, what I'm saying is, I don't really engage with the proper written Roman, like the books, that are based on the sources. I don't really much like that these days, even though there's a lot of good stuff out there, academically so. I like watching more stuff online, right? The actual discussions, podcasts even. It's more easy to consume, it's more even longer format. Okay, we forget a lot of books out there are like 8 hours long. So like podcast wise, that's 8 episodes. Yeah, that's even a big book in some cases. I'm reading SPQR by Mary Beard right now. Godspeed, MacGoji. There's an entire website that serves as database for nearly every single Latin inscription acknowledged. Oh, cool. I watched your live stream about Byzantium in full this 20 times. You do be like that, right, dude? I also have that, like those creators where they make that one live stream and it just clicks, right? It's really long. You're doing shit. You just pull that one video, play in the background, and you're just listening. You're just listening. The guy's going. You're not even paying attention, but he's going. I also have my videos. I'm glad the one live stream I did, it clicked for you. Glad to hear. Oh yeah, super chats. Torbjorn Hoggard. Am I reading that right? Those A's are supposed to be O's, right? Torbjorn Hoggard. 25 Norway dollar reviews. What song did you use during the Edict of Milan? My dude, I am not gonna have any idea how to answer that. The Edict of Milan, that's on the Constantine video? No idea, dude. There's Can I say anything helpful? You can't really use Shazam because there's there's me speaking over it, there's narration, there's even some sound effects over it. Sorry, dude, I can't help you, sorry. Even if I were to search the files, right? I delete a lot of this stuff because it's very gigabyte heavy. So what I didn't compress and save it in some way, it's kind of lost, my dude. Someone out there is going to know the answer. It's not going to be me, sorry. Thanks for the donation. Nero meets Caligula. One real. Base compatriot. We're together. Tamo junto. Probably 2 steps from hell. There was a lot of 2 steps from hell on those videos. A lot of it. I did like it back in the day. And it's still good. I do like it, but I liked it way more back in the day. I listened to that shit a lot. Viva la vida. Now that's a great song. One of my favorite of all times. Who here didn't get sad when I used the Viva la vida song for Augustus? I know it. I know you got sad. I fucking got sad, dude. Ugh. Ooh, sad shit, sad shit. Oh wait, no. I did use Viva la Vida for Augustus, but the end scene where he dies, I actually used the what was it? It's the sad song from the 2011, 2010 game. Dead Island. Yeah, that song is so sad, man. Ooh, that song is sad. Fit it perfectly. Is Caligula the worst thing in the Roman Empire? On my Twitter, there was recently this thread where eventually the question came up of who was the most evil Roman emperor. And I answered Caligula because, like, as an addition to the answer, I said if we're taking the ancient Roman historians by their word, right? Because if we're going through the meme of taking the Roman historians seriously at their word, Caligula was downright comically evil. Just downright, yeah, evil is the word. So the stuff he did, the stuff with lining the ships in order to walk with his horse from one island to the other, like a utter paranoid, I think that's the word, paranoid persecutions of senators and people, just raping other people's wives, like on aggregate, I think if we take the whole caricature as fact, Caligula is the evilest one, even with the very heavy competition that that title has. What do you think of the new Superman movie? Haven't watched it. I just know a lot of people liked it. Our God is an awesome God. Love that song too. For me, the saddest moment was when Aurelian was killed. Pretty sad too, right? You know, people do a lot of what ifs about the death of Aurelian, right? And they think if such a competent emperor had lived longer, he would absolutely ended the third century crisis by his rule, which for me is a very strong argument, right? And you wouldn't have persisted for another decade or two and need Diocletian to end it. I think that's a very strong argument. And people wonder about what else Aurelian could have done in his rule. I guess sometimes we forget Aurelian, by the time he died, I think he was in his late 50s, 60s, and modern day speaking, that's like being on your late 80s. So, you don't have that much time left. But, Aurelian, if he took care of himself, he could have pulled an Antoninus Pius and lived another 10, 15 years. So who knows what Aurelian could have done, man. Who knows? Who knows? Oh yeah, more art. More art, more art. This stream turned out to be way more different than I thought it would be. I thought it would be playing a lot of Ryse. This one. There we go. Yep. Yep. Maybe this one deserves to stay here. Let's get another one though. Let's get this one out of here. Thoughts on Majorian. Big sad. Aurelian would likely have been some sort of proto-Constantine. Depends on the way you mean that spectrum. I see the parallels you're trying to draw. Oh, this. This is one of those pictures where, like, on this moment here, you can see, the proportions here are wrong too. Like, the bullet is over here just floating in the middle, like a mid-process, my dears. This is not a final version, but like, it's some ways there. Here we're depicting like is when the game is quote unquote paused and a decision is being made, right? It doesn't have the dialogue that it's going to have. It's not even proportioned, right? It's going to have more space on there. But this gives an idea. There's going to be several moments in the game where you have to make choices. And there's going to be a lot of moments in the game where it demands knowledge from you that you could have acquired or you could have already pre-existingly have. Like before you will play the game, like already being a Romabu, there's going to be decisive on the ways that you go down the decision trees. This is one of those moments, right? Even though you can deduce that much from it, like history is being discussed, you're being told shit. A lot of times you're being propagandized. But yeah, like you gotta think through both the lens of someone who does know the history and someone who doesn't know the history. A complete normie. It's easy to lie to an army, right? He doesn't know who's telling the truth and shit. He just know the basic memes of Roman history, like they be having legions and stuff. They have testudos, big shields. They be conquering, killing Germans. That's just about the knowledge that they pre-existingly have. And you'd be surprised how much just outright from the time propaganda you can just feed people and they will just believe it because it's very Roman sounding. Rage Squid for 6 zeros. The bottom left image looks like something a certain Romabu Yuri artist would draw. You mean Centauri? You mean Centauri-chan? Centauri-chan, like initially, on some conceptions here, you can see, right? You can absolutely see it. There is absolutely some heavy Centauri-chan inspirations on the coloring style and some of the ways the women are drawn, right? These are more adult women. Centauri, she appeals more to that more chibi art style a lot of the time, but she does draw a fully drawn woman as well. But yeah, there's a lot of, especially in the color contrast, I want to say. Centauri-chan was very influential in that part of the art style for me. I really, really love the strong strokes and the color contrast that she had on particularly her older art. You can see back from 2020, 2019. That one, that period of Centauri art really hit it for me. That one was peak. And you can see it here, right? Strong strokes, strong color contrast. I hope in an original way, but you know, people influence each other. Maybe there's more of it on some parts, there's less of it on other sides, on other parts. Centurion, my beloved. So the game is like a VN, somewhat-ish, very fusion of Stanley Parable and the basic concept of a VN. Okay, I sometimes gotta be defensive about VNs because VNs are 80-90% Gunner shit these days. So it's not gonna be that, but not calling it a visual novel also feels like lying, right? It's a lot of visual. It's not essentially a novel, but you know, choices. Strong strokes. What is that term not intuitive? You know, the thick lines. You know what I mean? The very visible lines, what I mean. Gunnar this, Gunnar that. Let's enjoy the art style. Now look, people are gonna call a spade, right? If you have shit like this, right? Shit, properly click on it. Oh fuck. Where is it? I know you have the big tits and stuff. It is appealing to the Gunner shit. Like we can't lie about that. It is part of stuff. I don't want to say, dude. I did find myself liking drawing big tits. True. Not every woman has big tits. Like the woman in white there has normalish tits. I don't know. Some do have big tits, and sometimes it's lore relevant. Not even kidding about that one. Okay. Yeah. Let's place it here for now. Very visible, strong strokes. Yep. Let's get some more shit here. What do we have here? Ooh, this is one of those gray ones. So this is another moment. Let me place it better so it doesn't conflict. Okay. So characters talk between each other, and there are gonna be moments where you're split between decisions. And you have to work with the information you have. You're gonna be told one story, as I said before, you're gonna be told one side of the story, you're gonna be told another side of the story. And yeah, decisions. This picture here, I think, is the most illustrative of what the game, the main soul of the game is so far, maybe. Some other sides of it as well, though. But you know, this one isn't a crop like many of these are, as you can see. This one is very telling, I want to say. Let me reduce it a little bit. There's no dialogue in it, though. Should have. Guys, I didn't want to start the Goon debate. It was gonna happen anyway, my dude. People see big tits and just neuron activation. Don't be ashamed of it. It's a revolution. It means you're human. It means you have a soul. There will be a demo. I'm heavily playing with that idea. I even made a separate build to toy with it. I don't want to say probably, but I am strongly entertaining it, you know? Like a Stanley Parable, for example, had a demo. And back in the time I played it, before buying the game, I think it's a good idea. Maybe. I'm heavily considering it. Dova, did you storm the Congress back in 2022? 2023. And no, because I would be arrested right now. Or in Argentina, or what else? Did any of them flee the United States? Maybe some did. No, it was not there. Just make some funny videos. Your quote-unquote game seems pretty low effort and gay. Gay? What would... I'm trying to be analytic. What would be gay about it? Because it has woman? Because it has feminine aspects of it? I'm trying to think. What in it would you call it gay for? Actual question. Trying to think. Like there's a lot of edgy aspects to it, you know, like the demon shit, black contrast and stuff, have a gun. It's not that. Like I don't know how we would call it gay. You would have to appeal to there's woman, therefore it's gay. Not very strong, in my opinion. Brutus looks gay. Brutus looks gay? I don't really see it. I would have to see a more structured argument for it. Why did you stop making videos for so long? Already answered that one, dude. You can enjoy the VOD. Not trying to be rude, by the way. Just trying to spare people watching. You're back. For the day. For the day. Faking gay, lol. Very strong argument. Dova, what do you think of recent YouTube? Good or bad? I'll tell you something good about it. Back in my day, you just place a copyrighted song in one of your videos, your streams, or whatever, and the monetization was gone, my dude. It was gone. These days, you can just place like the Portal song I placed on the start of this stream, and you will proportionally apply the rate of monetization to the usage of the song. Fucking finally, dude. That's like an idea I had back when I started YouTube. Like, why it isn't that way? So it's fine, you know, some things improve, you know? Not everything's bad. A lot of the mechanics of YouTube are better. Also, I heard that they made like a compromise about free speech, political speech. Like at its word sounds pretty good. Let's see how that develops, you know? Dova lives. I'm here, M. Smith. Here with you. You have taught me everything I know about the dream called Rome. I'm happy you structured it that way. The dream called Rome, the vibe, the appeal to like and appreciate what Roman history meant on the abstract. For sure, dude, for sure. Love that you put it away. So did you come back with the cigs and milk? I never heard the milk part. I thought it was just cigarettes. Who's out there to buy cigarettes and milk? CSD with the absolute king donation of $50 and saying absolutely nothing. My favorite type of donation. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I think the biggest donation so far. Thanks for the support. San Marino is the true heir of Rome. Okay, confession time. Ooh. I know nothing about the history of San Marino. I have no idea how it managed to stay an independent state for so long. I know it has heavy traces back to the medieval period of republic city-states in Italy and the Holy Roman Empire, even when it stretched far more south. But I know nothing about it. Absolutely nothing about it, even though I know quite a bit of Italian medieval history, Renaissance history. Oh, should I know more about it? Did they do interesting shit? Please don't shame me on that one. There is another super chat. Oh fuck, did I miss it? Let me see. Oh, I did. Okay. Ethan Ronald for $10. Old news, but what's your reaction to the comments of the... Oh, What? I mean, you mean what? Old news, but what's your reaction to the comments of the Israel unbiased video? That video aged well, by the way. Okay, I guess I have never told anyone publicly the true meaning and the true message of the unbiased history of Israel video, which is, by the way, I think my most popular video. I don't know. I don't think it dethroned the Five Good Emperors video. Maybe it has. I haven't checked. It's at the very least my second most favorite viewed video. So like you're going to the comments of that video, and it's like a eternal war between two camps. People who think that the message is genuinely pro-Israeli and mocking like a Muslims because there's a lot of jokes against them. A lot of people, I guess three sides. A lot of people that see it as a purely satirical work where I was just completely taking like a rage baiting about the pro-Israeli position, absolutely mocking to the upteenth like sect. That's not a upteenth level, and like I was just making a huge parody from the pro-Israeli position. And then there's the third view where I am an actual anti-Palestinian, full-on anti-Muslim kind of kind of person. I don't know how to say the actual message of the video. So it's proper to the time that it was made, right? It was made in 2021 when Israel and Palestine had less than a year before engaged in one of their many like heavy-ish conflicts, you know, like Hamas launching a lot of missiles and Israel killing like 5-10 times more people than ended up being killed on their end. And that is like a descriptive of most of the wars on that zone. Like to answer what you ask, like what I think of the comments. I think the comments are the most entertaining shit I've ever read on my channel. Like comments, right? You know, comments on video. I love it. I go to that comment section a lot, way more than I should. I love seeing the new comments there. How people debate the meaning of the video. What's my actual position and shit? They interpret this line or another, and they fight with each other and shit. I love that, honestly. I love that. Did I miss any? I was lost in thought there. What did I miss? San Marino started as a church in a mountain, I think. Ah, many such cases in Italy. Greece, really. San Marino apparently has the oldest constitution. Yeah, I heard some meme about that. Yeah, it's probably true. It's as shrimple as that. True peak on math. Mm. And they just made a republic there and chilled for hundreds of years. And time's pious, my dude. Rage quit again. On a roll, my dude. 60 euros. Look at me. I am the captain of the most XP now. Sure are. Damn, 60 euros. How many monkey dollars is that? I think it's 6.12 these days. I don't know. The dollar kind of fell in value. I don't know if the euro followed suit. Fireground 42, 5 Canadian dollars. Is there any chances of new unbiased history videos in the future? Some of the non-Rome ones like Game of Thrones or Elden Ring ones, some of my favorites. I'm glad you like those ones. Like the Game of Thrones one was really fucking fun to make. I had a lot to say, and I managed to squeeze that into less than 10 minutes. That one was really hard to make and also really rewarding the end result. I'm glad you liked it, my dude. But yeah, to answer your question, is there any chance of the unbiased videos in the future? Okay, very honest answer. As it was previously structured, probably not, but we can always evolve past that, you know? The idea of making meme tellings, dramatic-ish tellings of Rome is never going to go away, right? As long as we know the Roman history and we have the technological means to engage in it, I can always revisit that idea. But on the explicit meme format it was done, probably not. Probably would evolve in some way. Now I am absolutely paranoid that I miss a super chat or another. Think I'm up to date. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of making a video on the defenestrations? honestly, Ardeon, I just read about that history one day, you know, on my random, like, free time searches, learning about history and shit. I was reading about the medieval period because I had some holes on my knowledge of it. I was reading about the religious wars. When I learned about the defenestrations, I just thought it was the fucking funniest shit ever. uh, Throw the fucking what was it? It wasn't the papal legate. It was Pragans, other Pragans that supported the Pope, and they threw them out. I remember animating that for the first time. I just have fun, dude. I have fun reading about that. I just had to make the content. I was on a grind, you know? I had to do it. Game budget finally exceeded. Oh, you reminded me to update shit. Where are you? Where did I place you? There we go. Pull another stuff from here. I think we're like halfway through the art. Here we go. Ooh, very happy. This contrasts well, right? With the overall background and the other scenes that we have here. Let's diminish it a little bit. So yeah, you know, contrast was something that I was really looking for in this game. And I hope that is explicit, right? In ways of telling history, on the animation of the characters, in the ways that they are drawn, that they interact with the player. I was really hoping to make a colorful game, even though a lot of the time it's kind of darkish. Because vivacity, that is absolutely not a word. Vivid colors, to me, are a must in the art style of a game. And it can be achieved from many ways. In my way, you know, kind of simplish, right? Even on that picture, it's not technically finished. Some of the structures are. And that broken part of the image to the left there, I want to explain that part. That is not like some half-baked edit. That is actually part of the scene, right? But you know, I hope people see a lot of diversity to the spirit of the game that's coming out in these images, I'm sure. Anyway, talk too much. Let's align with the chat. Delphi, I missed you, you beautiful Brazilian bastard. And I miss you, Jim Boy. Love your name. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of making... Oh, I already read that. Already answered. You're alive? You are my childhood. People actually were 10 years old watching the first unbiased history videos were coming out, and they are coming out of almost entering universe. I don't know, not technically 16 years old, 17 years old, not quite yet. It's great to hear, dude. I had this experience with other creators, which of course came some years before, and love to say that I instigated that on other people. Instigating, if it, on English the word only means something bad, you know, I inspired that on people. He's back, I sure am. My favorite of those was Morrowind. Spectrum, yeah, I would agree, mostly. Yeah, Morrowind was the best game. You could have ran with the fact that very few Roman sources spoke about Islam in the Byzantine history video, to be honest. You know, it depends what you mean. They talked increasingly more and more about that. Maybe we're thinking of different sources. Lithuania is the era of Rome. Base take. Hey Dovo, how have you been, buddy? You know, contrary to rumors, pretty well actually. Can I pre-order it? No. Like, this is just an absolute tease. There is no Steam page. There is no Patreon that I'm asking you guys to join. There is nothing and nothing. Whatever you're seeing here, it's staying here, or whoever shares stuff about it, right? So, like, it's just a tease. I'm just showing people I'm alive. I'm working shit because I haven't properly shared that with the channel. But no, a proper game trailer is going to come out, and by that time, there's going to be the actual stuff you would expect, right, from a proper announcement. Steam page, all that shit. Not yet, not yet. I thought you were dead, Lord Frieza says. Say monkey, Lord Frieza. Say monkey. Say monkey right now. You know you want to do it. As a Czech, I am proud of that one. I won't lie. Well, when you guys did the defenestrations, you did kill like a lot of people. How many people died in the religious wars that followed that kind of bullshit? God, I forgot. It was a lot of people. Like, mostly Germans. It was in the millions, my dude. Yeah. Have you been invited to Zcast by Mr. Z? No. Not yet. I don't think ever. I don't know. I don't think ever. The defenestrations is so fucking funny because they made a verb specifically for throwing people out of the window. I don't know if they invented it back then for that reason. I don't know if it was invented because of that happening. I don't know. Bye-bye, Ludich. See ya. Many tips on resisting Eastern magic. Trying to avoid a fate like Marcus Antonius. Let's see. How did Augustus avoid it? Have an evil wife. Is going to prevent you from getting another evil wife. Can I actually pre-order it? No. It's not available, as I said. Not available, Rage Quit. Thanks for asking, though. Thanks for the interest. Dova's back? And black? I am back. Not black, though. Some people do speculate I'm black, however. Why are you gay? Guy. Guy. How would a Roman pronounce that? Guy. Gay. Depends. You should make an unbiased history video about Genghis Khan or something. You know, it's one of those topics where you could get away making fun of the multiple genocides that Genghis Khan committed. Would be very fun, right? I'm reminded now about, I think it was Mao Mao? Maybe it was that guy who made that funny meme about, the funny video about the Turks and Mongols. Maybe it's not even a video. I don't think I actually seen it as a video. I think it was a short. I don't know. There's some funny content there, dude. Imperator Dova. Any diversity with the new game, Dova? Well, as you can see, there's black people, demonic black people. There's, you know, Italian-looking white skin there. There's extremely white people down there, as you can see. There's even red people, my dude. And there's demonic people with a different shade of red down there. And there's more red people up there. There's even people that have these black strokes, and they're just colored by the background there because that image isn't fully finished yet. Yeah, so, you know, a lot of skin color diversity, I want to say. Lithuania is the air of Rome. Very nice artistry. Is that really a word? Artistry? Thanks, anyway. Emperor Josephus. Por que você ainda é brasileiro? Ain't my choice, is it? And yet, proudly so. Would there be the Byzantines in the game? Great question. Nigerio Zaru Kutsesi. I'm pretty sure that's a... I should have pronounced it in a different way. That. Abso-fucking-lutely. Because there will be late Romans in it. Your vids becoming nostalgic memories is crazy. It makes me feel even older now. Be proud, Frank Capital. Getting older is the best thing that can happen to you because it's inevitable and it just means that you're staying alive. The The alternative is dying, right? Getting older is the best thing that can happen to a person, right? Just think about that. You had no choice when you were born. Your best choice is keep getting older. Keep getting older is a good thing. Never forget that. Also, there's some research these days that is actively toying with like a rejuvenating people and stuff. I don't know if you follow that in any way. Actual insane shit. So maybe we won't have to be worrying about getting older at all. I wish you did an unbiased history of Tess. My dude. I kinda did. check out the YouTube. I guess there are upsides to being brought up by an iPad. Yeah. Did you watch Frieren? Ooh, we're getting to anime takes now? Alright, so there was like on a Discord server with some of my friends, they were playing like a watch party for Frieren. Forgot the full name of the anime. Something no Frieren. And when he was playing one of the earlier episodes, maybe literal episode 1 or episode 2, and I thought it was the most boring fucking ass shit anime I've ever seen, because they were just walking around doing absolutely nothing interesting and talking monotone voices, doing absolute fuck all. I thought it was one of the worst shit ever. I didn't know it was one of the most popular anime like currently passing right now. And then laterly I saw one of the memes, right? The elf is extremely racist against demons. That made me interested in watching it. And I saw it and I'm like, okay, it's better than I thought. Not just because she's extremely racist against demons, though. I discovered your channel in early 2021. Kind of rhymes with when the channel was at its... I don't want to say its peak popularity. Peak popularity maybe was something... Inactivity and popularity 2020-ish, I want to say. Fuck, YouTube sometimes does this stuff where it forces you to update down to the comments. I missed some shit. Wait. Dova lives, sure does. Ain't an AI yet. Oh my god. Our Lord of true Holy Roman Empire. Just happy to see you back. You know, it's the purpose of this stream. Kaiser Snyder. To prove that I'm alive. Working on stuff. Roman stuff, even. I'm glad to be engaging with y'all. Dova baiting us with a goated game. It's goated for me. Let's see for who else it's goated. Obviously, it appeals heavily to the Roman community. Hope they enjoy it, you know? Dova edging us with this live. Absolutely. Even later to the Ultra Gunners. Oh shit, you're finally back for the whole day. VAWM for the whole day. Monkey. Do you like steampunk? You mean the style overall? To me it's kind of mediocre. No, it doesn't really hit it for me. Nothing against it though. Nothing against it. Greatest rage bait in history. Don't know what you're referring to there. Spera, spera, ad astra. There's that millionaire with his Don't Die project trying to slow down aging. The amount of billionaires these days trying to slow down aging, because that's just about their only obsession in life, you know? You get rich, you're even famous someone, now you focus on not dying, you know? Basics. Dova, welcome back. Here is series Pretty Please. You're getting more than that. How would Muslims be portrayed in Byzantine episode 5 if it would ever come back? Extremely demonically. Far more than the Germans were, or somewhat aboutish, like comparable in many ways with the ways the Persians were, but because of the degree of final destruction and suffering that they brought to the Roman Empire at its end, and actually truly destroying the empire, if I were on the vibes that I were back then and many of the plans that I had, absolutely utter demonic shit. Absolute shit that YouTube would never allow on YouTube. Is there gonna be AI in the game? I mean, you can judge it by yourself right now, right? Does anything, like an actual legit question, does anything look AI drawn so far? To me, I think every single square inch there. And, you know, I'm trying to think. Theoretically, I am not against with the idea that some people can use AI in some mechanical way to try to speed up certain tasks, but that doesn't infringe on the way that an art style or the content of something is majority hand drawn or directly partaken by the artist. Maybe that was too abstract. I don't know. Difficult concept. Yeah, I stumbled on your channel in September 2020. Many such cases. Dovo, why don't the characters have more defined toes? Draw the toes better, my guy. True. True. Look at these feet. Simple as feet. Drawing feet is hard, my guy. You have to make sacrifices somewhere. And any art style is going to have like a pluses and minuses. Like those feet are extremely simple, extremely quick to draw. But by being quick to draw, you know, I get to dedicate more time making or more content, more stuff, or dedicate more attention to other styles, like the eyes of the people stuff, and dedicate more to writing, coding, you know, pluses and minuses. Just draw the toes. Oh, that became obsessed. Is Dova Brazilian Special Forces? Yes. For Russia was the Arab realm. You know, I forgot. Was it a poem by whom that declared? You know, it was a poem by some Orthodox priest that called Muscovy the Third Realm. I forgot the guy that did that, and I forgot the explicit reason he did that for. I need to reread that. Dova, what's your favorite Faria song? At the risk of offending you, I don't know what you mean. Faria? I don't know. I don't know what you mean there, dude. One second. Okay. Dova, did you consider doing a perspective flip from episode 5 on to get around YouTube's restrictions? I see what you mean. Doing the unbiased history of the first caliphate or depicting the Romans as demons. Like a complete flip. Like that path I never entertained. Although I did think many times that there was a lot of material for someone out there if they wanted to make a Muslim-centric unbiased history series. They could absolutely do that. Lots of content there. Lots of easy victories and stuff, you know, great victories, conquest shit, you know, a lot of the same material that fed early and mid history of Rome there. I don't know, yeah. Never myself, but I did realize that for someone else that had that appeal, they could do it. Goodbye, Dova. I'm gonna go goon your pictures of you. Fan pictures, I guess. Unless you have actually doxed me. In which case, God bless, emphasis. What do you mean? Ottomans were the successors of Rome. So, like you could make a strong legal argument for that if you go through the rights of conquest. At the end of the day, when you consider a lot that fails for me for a lot of complex reasons regarding like a continuity of rule and cultural and ethnic reasons, there's a lot of counterweight to that position. But you could make a solid position there, which triggers a lot of people, triggers me, but you know, you can make an argument there. Drawing feet can make you more money than any other body part. Fucking degenerate. True, but degenerate. Do you like poetry? Do you write poetry yourself? I haven't written poetry ever since the last time I was forced to in literature class. Wanna say when I was 14? I don't know. When was my last proper poetry focused? And I don't know. Never willingly, I wanna say. Not my thing. The guy who does funny Roman music. You mean Pera Spera Ad Astra? That one's funny. That one's just fucking good. There are other guys that do funny Roman songs though. You know, the one that made a Shrek one. That one's great. We're so back, bros. CEO of Wallachia. Wallachia? Whatever. Adore the art style. What is the game gonna be about? Genre and such. We've been talking all day about it. You can watch the VOD. But in simple, about Rome, about heavy choices, about listening to history, knowing history, and making history decisions based on that knowledge. And eventually, you know, you engage a lot of Roman happenings. I want to say you make decisions, you shoot people here and there, sometimes not. And it's a game for the true Romaboos out there. I'm really appealing to the audience. For my audience, you know? You know, it's that old saying, make something that you really like, and you know that a lot of people out there will also like. That presumes from the standalone presumption that I am somewhat normal, which is probably true, at least somewhat. Dova, can I make another series like a Roman one? I watch it again every year. It has stood the test of time. Oh, thanks, man. Working on other stuff, as you can see right now. Right now. But yeah, thanks for the support. Oh yeah, you having mentioned Poland reminded me of the Russian king that just kept on getting resurrected and was indeed the real claimant of the front by 3 times. Dude, I really need to read more of Polish history. The little bit that I read on detail, of course, I know the broad strokes of a lot of it, but really on detail, I really liked it. It's so dramatic. In a lot of ways, it reminds me of Rome, right? Very nuanced, you know, a lot of different threats in different times that weighed in different ways. Polish history is great. It was Pilafius who proclaimed the third Rome. Really? This is 7, by the way. Cool to see you all. Oh, 7? Nice, dude. Damn. I see you. Oh yeah, super chat. Laurentius with... What the fuck is that? A P? What the fuck kind of currency is a P? It's not an euro. It's not a pound. It's not a Russian ruble. It's not the Chinese. Not a yuan. It's nothing Asian. What the fuck is a P? I don't think that's any Nordic currency. What the fuck, Laurentius? What the fuck are you? Now I'm actually fucking curious. What is the P from the money symbol mean? Anyway, thanks. No comments. You know, another king-like answer. Rex. He has risen. Sure has, Dune Walker. Pico on meth. Either resurrected or the one they killed wasn't the one they planned to kill. Dova plus Seth collab one? You know, true story what I'm about to say. Back in the day when in 2021 when the Israel Unbiased History was released, you know, that video, Seth commented on that video because of, you know, the direct references they make on the credits and shit, aping his style in a lot of ways. He commented on that video. He deleted it though. The comment was positive and shit. Like, I don't exactly remember exactly the comment. He deleted it though. I don't know the reason he deleted it. We can speculate, but he did leave a momentary comment on that video praising it, you know? You know, like making some lighthearted stuff and supporting it. I don't exactly remember it. That did happen though. I'm pretty sure I'm not misremembering. I remember it quite vividly. Seth is for me my content-wise, definitely for video game reviews, my favorite YouTuber. I really love his shit. He's one of the guys that it just hasn't gotten worse, dude. Every single video is still hits it. You know, some are better than others, but still, love Seth. Love Seth. Always loved it. The time I discovered it, still love it. Don't watch it as often as I have before, but that's not because of quality job. Absolutely not. Would you rather live with Honorius or marry Livia? Damn, dude. Fuck. Probably live under Honorius because he lived on this bubble, you know. He wasn't one of these guys that actively persecuted much his own people. He persecuted other people and eventually did kill Stilicho and shit, but compared to other Roman emperors, he wasn't on the heavier persecution side. So I guess there's some kind of carve out you can live there, you know, as the empire falls around you. You can live a healthy life, a good life, even around the Norris. Marrying Livia sounds a nightmare, though. Holy shit, what a nightmare of a woman. Even though she was very intelligent and shit. Again, like taking the stories that are told about Livia seriously. A lot of it is inevitably going to be like a made up shit from senators and stuff, drama, a lot of that. Well, what we do get from Livia, we get a vibe from a very intelligent woman, very power hungry woman that probably did a lot of illicit stuff. But my only regret with your videos is that we never got to see the exploits of Basso II boogers there. And that's some truth. Got you partially covered that on that big ass live stream that covered the Byzantine speedrun one. And yeah, man, Basso II. I would say in my top 5, would I say it's in my top 5 emperors of all time? Very strong arguments for it. I don't know. I have to think more about that. Very strong candidate for top 5, though. Very strong candidate. Overall, in all history, right? Counting all Roman history, all late Eastern Roman history. A lot of comments. Still sustaining the 200 viewers. Damn, we hit a critical hit there. Oh, I should have lost myself again. My goat's alive, more alive than ever. Conquering the former territory of an empire does not make you the empire or its heir. That is ultimately my position. You can make an argument contrary to it, but yeah, I do agree, ultimately. I think there are other strong arguments you can also take to deny the Ottomans that claim to be Roman, but you know, they have their toys to play with in the claim side. We can fully deny that. What do you mean ethnic reason? I mean the Byzantines were Hellenic for the most part. The Hellenic integration with the Romans were extremely long-standing. The Turkish migrations were more of a recent thing, right? So I was more appealing to that, right? Like, it is very true that there is a distinction ethnically between the Greeks and the Romans, but the coexistence between them had been so long, so prolonged, and coexisting for so many centuries, millennia, you could say, and one influenced the other, even downright to the Romans copying the Roman pantheon for so long. There's a much stronger reason you can make to ignore, the word would be ignore the ethnic distinction between Romans and Greeks than you could ever do for the Turks, because it was a migration and they were far more separate from, you know, that kind of, that's what I was appealing to. Farid Faraj was the artist behind the song you were singing. Yeah, I know, the guy's great. He does loads of songs using ancient instruments. Yeah, absolutely. I listen to his songs quite a bit. It's great. Absolutely great. Everyone should go watch the guy, listen to his songs. They're fucking awesome. It's like killing a man and assuming his identity. Yeah, basically. Will you update the game after release? You mean after the game is released? Definitely, right? That's almost my obligation. if there's bugs or some visual glitch here and there or something that we can add, DLC maybe in the future, added content. Absolutely, right? That would be my obligation as a someone that released the game, right? Not gonna turn that into abandonware. Though if I make a Roblox game, hot take? No, just the truth, right? Never played Roblox. For the longest time, I didn't know what Roblox was. I just know it was a game that people played, particularly younger people. It it's a very big gap between the first time I heard Roblox and understood it's a game between knowing what the actual Roblox game was. Very big gap. Will the game have femboys? Jake Sanju asks. Well, haven't actually gotten to those scenes properly, but likely, because it's Roman history. There are a few. Not defined though. Does it annoy you that Rome doesn't have its own myths? Myths? You mean myths like Sisyphus? Is that what you're talking about? Actual Greek myths, like the Greeks had their myths, and there's like Saturn devouring their children. Is that what we're talking about? Like the Romans didn't have their myths. Try to think of an explicitly Roman myth. There's Aeneas, like the prolonged story of Aeneas. Aeneas, of course, is a Greek character that was already in Homer's Odyssey, not Odyssey, the Iliad. But the additions to it was an invention by Virgil, right? So that would technically be a Roman myth, Its integration into the proper history of like a Romulus and Remus. That is a 100% Roman myth, right? Unless you want to say that Romulus and Remus was 100% historical, which that's a take, a fun one. But yeah, let's go with the myth. That one is a myth. The whole what was the name? Alba Longa. The whole Alba Longa story is a myth. And what other Roman myths do we have? Well, if you want to say that the very, very early republic, the way it was founded with Brutus the Elder, dethroning the 7 kings of Rome, very strong arguments to say that that's a myth, everything, because no way all of those kings in succession ruled for multiple decades each. Like each Roman king was ruling for 40 years, Like if I recall, the strongest argument is that it was mythologized, and very unlikely that so many kings ruled for so many decades for so long. There's no way there was 7 in a row Augustus long rules for the kings, So there's mythology there. There's Roman mythology. You're the absolute goat. Thanks, Sean, not Sean. Sean, not John. Poland mention, and I will mention it again. Interesting as fuck. We're making it out of the deluge with this one. Those Swedes absolutely fucked you guys. Fuck. I remember the first time I was reading about that. Oh, rough stuff. Absolutely rough. I would say that was like the main reason the big Polish structure of the Commonwealth eventually fell. That was brutal. Dova, will you ever play Jordan Bardella Roman Empire Path in The Fire Rises, Hoi 4? I don't know what. Oh, you mean there's some kind of focus path for Italy, maybe, on Hoi 4? I never really played much Italy. I tried back in the day when I played Hoi 4. I was gonna say hot. I don't think it's a hot take at all. On Hoi 4, if you're not playing as the fascists, Germany and Japan, I think the game is extremely boring. And even when you're playing as Italy, I thought it was quite mid. Honestly, if you're not playing as Germany on Hoi 4, you're probably having a mediocre time. That's my take, right? I know people have absolutely a lot of fun playing as the United States, just watching shit happen for like 3-4 years and waiting for permission to get into the game. I'm sure people like that. Not me though. So yeah, I haven't partaken in that path. Philippines peso. Oh, those were Philippine dollars. Nice. Back then. Oh, what was it, a rupee? Indian? Really? Oh, it's Indian money. It is Indian money. Fuck. I guess I never saw the the money sign for it. Also, don't worry if I haven't read your super chat ads because people are posting a lot more comments that I can keep track with. I got it right, sir. I'm going to read it, all right? I had reading way too many comments. I guess I'm gonna have to speak a few to actually match the tempo of chat. Be more selective right now. Oh yeah, more images. Fuck. Mm, let's get some more shit in here. Yep. Ooh, this one. All right. This one is telling, right? We haven't seen quite this yet. You can see it's the more painted, brush-like style, and you can see the blue eyes, different from the red eyes we've seen so far. And we can see the lack of horns. We can start noticing. We've been noticers. Noticing some things here. You can see the red here. Look, holding crown. Skulls and spikes. The illumination here. This part is more illuminated. You know, this one hints a lot on what the back and forth in the game is. You know, the adventures and discovering shit by your own. This one is pretty good. This one's quite good for giving more information about the game. I want to say. The Merchants Guild silence him. God, I love stuff. Dove is Brazilian as they come, my man. Would there be certain scenes in your game? I don't know what you're suggesting. If I'm going to go with my first assumption about sex scenes, the answer is no. It's not a porn game. It's not a game that it's not a game that even is mostly normal and has some porn scenes. It's not a porn game. It's not a Gunner shit. Even though, you know, there are women with big tits. And if you want to call that Gunner shit, you know, I own that. I own that. Big tits. It's big tits. What are your thoughts on pagan revival movements? I think they're a bit forced, but I don't know. There have been successful religious revival movements in the past. If you want to make it with a pagan shit, whatever it is, be it Nordic, Germanic, Slavic, Roman shit, go ahead. If you actually believe that shit. I don't think most of those people actually believed it. I think they just vibe with it and they go from there. I don't. My honest take is that I don't think there's any much true theological sentiment behind those revival movements. I think it's more based on other sentiments, you know, vibes mostly. Ever since Seth went pro, he became cautious and wary. His jokes used to be more wild back in the day. that much is true. Yeah, he's still fine. He's still fine. Happy or not dead. That is literally the reason for this stream, Josephus. Ogo Thorpe. These fucking Germanic names, my dude. Thanks for the $5. Happy you're alive. Hmm. Let's see. Would a final Biz Emperor be animated as a Chatosaur? Real talk. The last Byzantine Emperor? Constantine the 11th? I don't need to answer that, right? No way I need to answer that. Do you dabble in tabletop historical wargaming? I am friends with a lot of people that are really heavy on that shit. Not only do they practice it a lot, they play it a lot with a solid group of friends that are really good at it, dedicated like GMs and stuff, and they play a very varied stuff. Like I rarely play with them, and sometimes I watch them play. I think it's fascinating, right? And actual games, like a Baldur's Gate 3, and for sure, I play sometimes with friends, for sure. The actual real stuff, the trad stuff, D&D tier shit, or Vampire the Masquerade and Warhammer stuff. I actual playing it as with a character, I haven't done it much because it dedicates a lot of time and attention and continued presence. So I haven't done it much per se, but I absolutely adore that whole space and people who practice it. I'm good friends with many of them. What's next? Half-Life 3? One day, my dude. Unbiased History of the Crusades. No, there's another one YouTube would probably have a trouble with. Uh, I want to hear about my main man, Baldwin the Fourth. And Bohemond, I never knew how to pronounce his name. Bohemond of Antiochia. Interesting history, of course. Unbiased History of Venice. A lot of material there. Often anti-Roman. Would you rather marry Zenobia or be at the Battle of Adrianople in 375? Absolutely marry Zenobia, right? She wasn't a bad wife. She was just a rebel leader against Rome. I don't know, got fucked. We don't get many indications she was a bad wife, though, right? Unless you want to buy the particular side of history that says she assassinated her husband. Which, you can take that vibe, no? Good thing about ancient history is that you can always take one conspiracy theory or another because it's very hard to ascertain what was actually true. Here, finally getting to the super chats. Hipergloria. I'm assuming that's in Portuguese or in Spanish. Oh, yeah. Absolutely Brazilian. That is Ryse. Dova, can you explain why Paraná is the true heir to the Roman Empire? I can, if you replace the word Paraná with São Paulo. Absolutely. You tell me that again if you want that. I'm glad to see you're still kicking, man. Again, absolutely. Motive of the stream. Motive of the stream. My God, you're alive, JD says. Absolutely. Will the game have justice for Sporus? Maybe not specifically Sporus, but who knows? Maybe we can work with that. Yes, the story of Romans and Ramos. Like too many comments. Only now catching up to that reaction. Gotta speed up, I guess. Spain is kinda entertaining because Civil War. Spain is entertaining for a whole load of reasons. What a mess of a country. You're born in Latin America, and when you're very young, you get this impression that, only my country shit, only my region is a mess, and we'd be poor and stuff, and a mess and stuff. And then you look at the rest of the world, and you see plenty of quote unquote rich countries that, holy shit, fuck, man, what a mess they were. Spain's history is a mess, very Latin American-esque. I wish all the best for all the Spaniard bros out there, by the way. Love that country. Mm-hmm. Trying real hard to speedrun shit to catch up. The problem is that you were playing vanilla. Oh, here we go. The the mod masters of Hoi 4 have entered the chat. There is absolutely a gigantic Hoi 4 modding community out there. And yeah, absolutely, I haven't engaged in the moddings. I don't think at all for Hoi 4. I only played vanilla because the game was plenty fun already as is. But I've seen the stuff that's already. There's this fucking pony shit mod that apparently is the biggest mod out there for Hoi 4. A pony one, My Little Pony shit, and it's utterly crazy. Like my friend showed that me the other day. I couldn't fucking believe it. More art, more art, more art. Let's grab here. What is this one? Oh shit, this one. This one I posted on Twitter. Uh, Also really telling. Ah, this one is from maybe seeing that I'll delete or I will rework the art into something else. That one's debatable. Tarquinian are great. I mean, that one's just establishing shit, right? Propaganda? No, maybe it's just facts, my dude. Also, the art style is leaning into more the direction that you see on the bottom here. You can maybe see some consistency. I don't know. You can speculate from there. I'm getting excited for EU5. I'm not much because I've seen what some other mods can do in terms of depth. Like there's this one called Made in Texas for EU4, and I don't think we're going to be achieve a stable version of like a mass produced by a real company, no Paradox stuff. Or I don't think EU4 will achieve that kind of vision. Is what I'm saying. But maybe it will be a much better game than EU4. Historically, that doesn't tend to be the case. Paradox launches a game and it's far worse than the accumulation of DLCs that the previous game of the series had. So you know, probably EU5 will need a lot of expansions as is tradition before being not only playable but good. No wait, reverse. Not only good but playable. Though thanks to Paradox and its 5 billion DLCs, the Civil War is kinda made. No, it's Filipino pesos. Filipinos got their currency pesos, really? I thought it was just a South American thing. Latin American. Bro, straight up Augustus Giga chat for reading the entire chat though. It's it's taking its cost though. Like I'm more and more distant from the live chat as we go. Dolphins Brazilian Hades. True. Can't believe he's back. We're so back. Absolutely. For the day. And then back to the shadows. Unless you follow me on Twitter. Just join. Give me a TLDR. TLDW. Oh, yeah. That dude dove ahead, you know. Turns out he's alive. Been working on a game, Roman game, choice-based, visual arts heavy shit, you know, visual novel you want to call it. Yeah, and now he's here. Am I dreaming? Our Lord and Savior returns. Right here. I love the art style. It's minimalist yet able to convey so much. Thanks, man. This is the core of a lot of what I was trying to achieve with it. Thanks. Emotion is the key, and you've mastered it well with the eyes and the colors. Thanks, man. Shockwave. Really trying to achieve that. Like, I remember back when in the very, very early drafts of a lot of this shit, trying to maximize to minimize stuff. I got some of the early drafts, like you said, the black guy with the horns there, didn't even have eyebrows and stuff. And it turned out you really need the eyebrows and stuff to express a lot of emotions that like not having mouths like it kind of takes away. For example, like focusing on this, right? Fuck. Where are you? Let you. Oh yeah, I forgot to fully show this image. Let me bring. For example, right here, like addressing what you were saying. Focus on this image right here. Here, you can see it neither has a mouth, neither has a nose. It should minimize, right? It's stylistic choice. And the colors are very just pure white at its center, and the lines are softish. And the hand is a bit complex there. I don't know if I would draw it this maybe I would. Maybe I would, probably. And here, I think some changes are made, but you focus on the art style itself, right? So much more is expressed with the addition of the eyebrows and stuff. Like, also much more could be expressed with the addition of pupils. Pupils add a lot of emotion to the eyes, but it was one of the many sacrifices for this part of the art style of the game that was made. I think it fits. I do think it fits. You know? I really do. But yeah, it's inevitable that sacrifices were made. You sacrifice the pupils, you could have added a lot more emotion to it. Like you watch like a Has-Been Hotel, a lot of the characters, like if you start deleting pupils on them, you see that a lot is lost on the emotions that are expressed. And by the way, check this out. Check this out. Yeah. Lots of those. Let's stuck with this one. I love this scene, by the way. This whole sequence, really. It's one of the first ones that really solidified the art style. This one. I really like how this went. My Latin is rusty. You should recite the Nicene Creed in Greek, though. Neat. It's fun watching people play Warhammer 40k, particularly the groups I watch. Do you own any replicas of Roman armor and swords? No, but I definitely would buy some stuff like that. I got some of those Eastern Roman helmets, like the ones filled with jewelry. I think that's really beautiful. I'd absolutely own one of that shit. It sounds really impractical, and some of them are ugly, but like some of them are quite beautiful. There's one in particular that I'm thinking about. I don't know the name of it. Rates quit. $6. Do you recognize citizens of the colonias as actual Roman citizens? Now you're sparking another fucking debate here, Rates quit. What makes a Roman citizen, right? Well, what a fucking grenade you're throwing to the discussion. Holy shit. Essentially yes is my answer. Essentially yes. I won't open the whole historiographical debate on that sector. Holy fuck. I mean, we're already gonna be here the whole day, but talk about being here all day, all day. Oh fuck! Oh no, I did read that super chat. Bohemond, Bohemond, I guess. Santa Claus versus Arius boxing match when? I remember the first time I read about that. Punch, was it? Slap? I think it's a slap that Arius got handed by Nicholas. It's one of that funny shit that you just... it's one of those moments where you learn where, man, reading history really is fucking funny. Well, a lot of people try to make history boring. Don't do that, dude. There's so much soul to it. I remember back in my Brazilian schools, I used to have the best history teachers, the most entertaining guys. Like, holy fuck, they were fucking great in teaching history. They were absolutely influential in the way that I see history, have fun with it, and eventually ended up teaching history in the way that I do, making fun, like even propagandizing. They were absolutely great. They taught like a Brazilian history in a really fucking fun way. God, I love those fucking dudes. I'm from Mato Grosso do Sul, Greater Paulistania. Fucking based! And I think that's literally true, right? The whole Center West there, colonized by base gigachads, Paulistanos. Yep, I think that's true. Mostly, at least. How's the aggro, dude? Soy? Corn? Sorghum? I forgot what the third crop you guys do there these days. I don't think it's wheat. mostly wheat in the south. Was the Soviet Union the true heir of the Roman Empire? No, but you could meme it. Weak meme though. Used over Japanese Brazilian. Japanese tend to not have deep voices, although I've heard a few. Why would we move to the dimension in which Pedro Henrique, Pedro's son, survived? You know, I don't think he would have saved the Empire had he lived. There were a lot of pressures there. And I think that, God, do I want to start that debate here right now? Princess Isabel, she could have held it together. Were certain circumstances in the military different? Dove is Italian. Absolutely based assumption. 100 trillion% pure Northern Italian genes. Straight up from Verona. Every single one. Spain. Imagine allowing Portugal to exist and own you in wars. It is crazy, right? Portugal doesn't exist just because Spain was just BFFs with Portugal. Portugal won its independence. They fought multiple wars against Spain and not only remained independent, but when they were subjugated in certain areas, they regained their independence. Portugal is an independent country because they earned it. So a lot of people don't know that. Absolute respect. She's very cute. Thanks you, Sava. Sava XT. Canonically your waifu? Don't have a waifu, but holy shit, are there options for people? That's a prime cougar. It needs $50k worth of DLCs and 10 years to catch up to EU4. Happened same with EU3 and EU4. Never played EU3. I don't know the actual DLC history of it. I doubt it is 1/5 as big as the DLC, content for EU4 though. But I don't know, in miniature. Really trying to speed up the chat. Unbiased history of Dovahari. Someone out there, maybe, with a lot of doxing information, maybe. Matos Streamitai says, "I hope your game turns out well. I can't wait for it. How much will it cost?" Yeah. In the low tier indie pricing, you know. Think absolutely at its absolute highest $20, probably lower than $20. Oh, and what do you think about the Lithuanian history? What I know about Lithuanian history is as an extension of what I know of Polish history, so not that much in detail. It's interesting though, right? The period where there were pagans there and getting crusaded on, and they managed to resist it for a good while. And I don't want to make some stuff. I assume some stuff because I'm not actually that knowledgeable in particular Lithuanian history. It's fascinating though. Fix our depression rates though. Holy shit. Please don't stop posting on Twitter. I need Dova desperately. Try. I'm posting regular-ish these days. Definitely more than I used to. Is there pre-order for a game? No, absolutely nothing. Absolute tease. Utter blue balls, what we're seeing here. By the way, I need to post my art. There's no Steam page, no nothing. Absolutely nothing. Guys getting teased. Actual tease. Ooh, this one. Check this out. What is going on here? She's sure is sassy. Would I say this picture is finished? No, there's a lot of shadowing lag here. This one's a good one though. Haven't seen this kind of shit yet. It's important. It's important. Let's place it there. Neuron activate. A lot of neuron activation. Renpai F95 exclusive. I'm gonna be real with you. From what I know of how Renpai operates, it's very good if you're trying to make a Slay the Princess-esque kind of game. It really speeds up production, but I vibed way more with the freedom that Godot gives you. Way more. Have you seen all your successors' Byzantine videos? No, I've seen frames. Sometimes people send me some picture or another, like a clip or another. I don't know, I respect it, you know? It's the ultimate form of like a praise, right? Getting copied on. And, you know, people liked it. They want to perform it in sectors where I didn't perform it. Respect, you know? If people like it, go ahead. Haven't seen probably most of them though. Skip. When will you release the list? The list? My dude, what are you talking about? I'm curious. What list are you talking about? Epstein's list? I don't have that anymore. Does the game let you be a degenerate? I mean, depends what you mean, right? If destroying the Republic or siding with Caesar is degenerate, if like a siding with Arminius in the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest is degenerate, which it absolutely is, absolutely you can be a degenerate. Shame I didn't bring some footage from that. Holy shit, the demonic ones from that one's good. Also, the eyes look incredible. Thanks, my guy. Augusto von Suegerno. What an unholy mix of Romanesque and Germanesque names. All the best, though. Wish you all the best. Gotta go, Dove. I've been watching you for a long time, and I'm seriously happy to see you're still around and making stuff. Your art style has really matured in its own thing. Well, it got invented, right? The art style didn't exist before. It was all meme template shit. And like a Minecraft background and stuff. The art style was born, my dude. It actually exists now. But I know what you mean. Thanks, Arsnova. Wish you all the best. Holy fuck, it's live. Damn right. Muslim prophet. Damn right. What makes World War I more interesting than World War II? And no, it's not underrated. It's one of the most thought about wars. I don't know if World War I is more interesting than World War II. It's certainly interesting in some respect, right? I remember it was one of the earliest topics that I obsessed about, right? Because the first topic you obsess about as a very young teenager that likes history is World War II, and then you grow from there. And a very natural first expansion is World War I. The eyes, man, they give so much emotion. Thanks, Augusta. The lives. The Western Roman Empire is saved. You mean the very, very, very Western Empire, right? The one in the Americas, the one down there in the tropics. Absolutely, that empire lives on, in a way. Do you keep streams up? Oh yeah, for sure. It's gonna be up. Will we eat the bugs and live in the pods? Many already do. Have I ever eaten a bug? Let me think. Like as foods? Absolutely not, right? It just doesn't exist in Brazil. It doesn't exist. Will you get some help with the game from other people, or will it remain solely you? I mean, at this point, it will probably continue solely by me. I already have designed for you to continue that way and keep progressing. It, of course, has its cost, right? Slower progress. You could do more stuff. But, you know, I've already gotten this far. I developed my own art style, which was back in the day a huge roadblock because I didn't have any drawing skills whatsoever. You develop that and you acclimate your coding skills to the particulars of the engine. Already done that. You already wrote all the story and stuff. And when you've already learned the most difficult of it, there is no point in not doing the medium difficulty and easier part, right? Which is like Doing the foundation is the hardest part, right? And then the rest is more performance and work. Yeah, absolutely nothing against working with people first. You need to work with people to properly scale. I just got a U4 loading screen of the Falcons is noble. Yeah, sad. Augusto again, thanks. Same, thanks to my history teacher, I ended up getting all 10 in my exams. It really, there's some of that shit, right? History, geography, even literature. If you have a good teacher, that's all the difference, man. Some people say that also applies with math, but math for me, like even if if you had great teachers, and I did have some really great math teachers, really great guys that taught really well, there's just some fundamental difficulty skills that can really hinder you. But as far as history goes, as far as geography goes, I am fully of the opinion that how well people do in it is directly proportional to how good the teacher is, on those matters at least. Though a top 3 personal Roman emperors depends on by how much I personally like them and by how much I rank them on performance overall. Typically people rank them on performance, so I want to say off the top of my head, the 3 easy ones: Augustus, Trajan, and Aurelian. Not necessarily in that order, but big 3. Here, donation, 10 reaisinhos. Marcellus Doretta. Here, Dova, take some of our colorful money. Glory to Rome and the Empire. Tudo de bom pra você, Marcellus. Bom te ver. Will you play EU5 when it drops? Probably not. When it drops? No, very probably not. You need to wait, dude. Those Paradox games, they need to mature. Game idea, like Angry Birds, but with Roman emperors. Call it throwing Romans. Go ahead, dude. Developing an app is easier than you might think. Reaction to the image. Edgy, devious. She's being devious. Yeah, you can tell that from the expression, right? But alright, let's disappear with that. No more going into that. Let's go into something else. Or maybe it's something more substantial. What am I dragging here? Let's see. Oh yeah, another one. It's a sequence of the other ones that we saw. More interactions. More stuff you can deduce from interaction between the characters. It's very truthful, you know? They talk about having vertical slices of games to get a true perspective of what actual gameplay is on RPGs, say. I'd say this picture right here, very truthful vertical slice. You're going to be seeing a lot of situations like this. Neurons have been turned on. Hell yeah. Believe it or not, my neurons are mostly active most of the day. Okay, the question is why their parts are so large. You know what I'm talking about. Already talked about that one. And you can see there is diversity already on the few pictures that we have. There are some big ass tits and there are some medium-sized tits. And there are some ones that are relative, right? You see it in a woman these days, you would absolutely say, fuck. But you wouldn't necessarily say that with the woman in the back there that is absolutely fucking pissed at the red woman on the sofa. I will defend that those tits are normal, but smallish. Definitely smaller. Major Roman Emperor, do you believe, was definitely the most incompetent, unfit for the job, couldn't perform. There are so many fucking choices. God, dude. You're not asking the one that did the most damage because of incompetence. You're asking for the most incompetent. Shit, I guess I could appeal to the ones that were really fucking young when they became emperor and died really young. It feels a bit cheating though, like an incompetence due to young age feels cheating. Ones that were adults, they were really bad. Focus was a fucking horrible emperor. There's a choice. You could always pull Honorius, absolutely. On the macro, he was absolutely terrible. Incompetent is the word. There's a God, dude, so many choices. So, think of a bad emperor. Think of a bad emperor. Lionheart for $2. Who was your favorite antagonist in Roman history? Antagonist? Hannibal Barca, for sure. I love that guy, dude. That guy is so fucking cool. The rage he had for the Republic, man. The fucking hate boner he had for the Roman, Republic. You just gotta admire it, dude. The effort he went through, the devious tactics, genius tactics he developed to transform his inferior Punic force of mercenaries and shit to go through the most extreme terrains, to employ the most absurd tactics that he invented right at a spot to fuck the Romans in so many ways and massacre so many Romans. You have to absolutely respect. He was no barbarian horde invading when the empire was weak. He was confronting Rome when they were the absolute favorites to win that war, and they made the Romans bleed for it. And he was so persistent in his utter rage against the Republic. You know, you can always question the vows he had as a kid, like proclaiming his rage. You know, there's even a painting about that against the Republic, to vowing never to be a friend of Rome. I think that was the technical word. I absolutely love Hannibal Barca. If you're a Tunisian, absolutely worship that guy. You need to create a cult for him. Abandon Allah. Luftwaffe, $5. I think it means Russia. Russia? Is that how you say it in Russian? I don't know if it's Russia or Rusilia. I think it's Russia, something like that. Use a true third Rome. Blah blah blah. Ura Orkork. Thanks, Luftwaffe. If there is a third Rome, I guess they would be it. For the third place, I don't know if any competes. There's the first one, there's the second one. You want to call Brazil the fourth one? Or you want to call the Ottomans the fourth one? For the third one? Oh, fuck, I forgot. No, wait. The HRE would be competing for the second place, right? Against the ERE, the Eastern Roman Empire. So I guess the third one, there isn't much competition. Dova, did you learn coding for this project or did you have previous experience? I had previous experience in education. But you know, coding for a game, it has its own particularities. Not much difficulty, but you know, I have previous knowledge and adapted to the needs at hand. Tasks at hand. Who's better government, early Roman Republic or the High Roman Empire? A better government. I think the way you structure that question, it would be the early Roman Republic, right? Because it was specifically coded a system of government for the early Republic for the city-state-ish size of the city, right? With the two consuls and the proportion of representation that the Senate and the castes had with the plebs and the it's not equalities the word, equites, and you know, the upper caste of Roman society. It was specifically coded for that system of government in the city, and it had to be adapted to the high Roman Empire. And you know, people like Augustus, because they were political geniuses and shit, they made their ways into adapting it for an empire-wide system of administration, but it required a lot of changes, you know. So as you structure the question, who's a better government as far as efficiency goes, as far as how the structure was put in place in order to service the ultimate goal of politics, I would absolutely have to say early Roman Republic. That is not to say that the high Roman Empire had a bad or explicitly inferior system of government, but you know, they were working with what their ancestors had laid on, you know. Not always the most efficient setup. The Serene Republic of Venice is one of the few exceptions. I don't care how many Greek or Invisibles I piss off. Defend that take, dude. You're gonna make a lot of enemies. Maybe me, too. But, you know, defend your heartily own takes. The Almost Dead Man. Go ahead, your Rome series kept me laughing through the pandemic. Those were trying times. Happy I kept you entertained. Spectrum again. It's really pissing me off that you're not being highlighted, Spectrum. Fuck. Maybe it's because I'm looking from the the actual stream, not for the insiders that the creators have, and it's not being highlighted. Kind of pissing me off. Math is about bases. Yeah. Looks like I have to sleep now. See ya, Laurentius. The shotgun makes me hear rip and tear already. There's gonna be a lot of that too in the game. Eastern Roman Empire after Heraclius is only a Greek empire. That argument I think is a bit tired, but you can make strong arguments for it. A Greek empire, they did speak Greek. The ruling caste was ethnically Greek. They were on that Greek world and center there. And there had been not a forceful rupture, but a causal rupture. You know, things happened, electorate, that the Romans, Latins, you want to call it, that side of the empire fell, and the Greek-dominated one, stood. You want to call it a Greek empire? I think it's descriptive. I don't think it's offensive. I think the idea of it being a Roman Empire and a Greek Empire is not necessarily antagonistic to me because of the extremely long juncture that those two people have had through history. So yeah, you want to use it call it a Greek Empire as an insult? I guess it means something else. I'm fine with you calling it a Greek Empire. To me, the distinction is a bit. Victoria woman would kill for this waistline. Yeah. Any reason why she's the only one who has pupils? Yes, there is. Art style wise, story wise, there are reasons. A lot of it is deliberate, you know. Not everything is winged. God, that sounded offensive. I didn't mean that offensive. Focus was the worst. Yeah, it was certainly terrible. When I'm making an argument for him being top down below Roman Emperors of all time, probably in my list too. The amount of damage he did in the shortest amount of time is certainly exemplary. It's gotta be Honorius, 20 years of nothing. I mean, his question wasn't exactly who did the most damage for the longest time, which I do agree Honorius is the best fit for that. His question was a bit more nuanced. They ask him for different, right? What's your favorite germ antagonist to Rome? Ooh, fuck. My favorite German antagonist, it's gotta be Alaric, right? Even though I hate the guy because of the horrific damage he dealt to Rome, there's a lot of his story that you can respect even, right? Alaric didn't need to be the absolute demon that he ended up being for the Romans. There were many moments in his life where he could have been an ally, and indeed was an ally in his early campaigns. Was even a Roman general-ish, you know? He helped the Romans in a few battles. It was through the horrendous administration of Honorius that Alaric became one of the worst enemies of all time for Rome. It didn't have to be that case. So insofar as I can see him as a nuanced person, you know, that had his motivations, and, you know, respect him as a skilled general and enemy of Rome, I would go with Alaric. Alex Roberts for the $10. Unbiased history of England, Sweden, when? A lot of material there. Not for me though. Not making it. Someone out there can make it. Very distinctive art. I respect that. Thanks, man. Thanks, DKP. Is there a Neo Cicero's hands-on door quest I can speedrun? A Mark Anthony and Marcus Antonius appreciator in the chat. They are rare these days. Base take, DKP. Maybe I'll add that just for you. I genuinely thought you were dead, and I genuinely believe people thought I was genuinely dead. But I'm alive, Mouse, and I'm glad you're alive too. We'll be getting older, you and me, but we're living. Solid mic, Sprout, smile. Based early episode watcher and referencer. Alexander the Great or Julius Caesar? Julius Caesar, for many reasons. Alexander the Great, I'm not gonna lie. Character-wise, as a person, I hate the guy. Everything I read about him makes me, holy fucking shit, he would be such a fucking cunt to meet personally. Fuck. Julius Caesar, though, you get this impression that he could very, very easily be one of your best friends, you know, if you didn't, even if you became, the fucker pardoned so many people, and I think it was genuine, many of them. I could very easily see myself in a situation where, you know, I'm not defending the Republic, like I'm a Republic defender, and see him as a threat, as a tyrant shit. Like, just thinking as a person, becoming a friend with Julius Caesar, very easy from what we read of him, right? His actions and his personality shit. Alexander the Great, though, sounds like another cunt to me. Maybe I didn't read enough of him, but what I did read, like, that. Buddy, I love you so much. You're the best. I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you, Nixon. Britain was a true successor to Rome. That's a take. Hi, Dovahedi. In your style, how were a virtuous woman and evil woman supposed to be portrayed? Was it supposed to be consistent? Why, you want the real and honest truth, Tiger V20? The woman didn't get their own very dedicated, like a variety in depiction, because Roman history is male-centered. Is like the society didn't allow for most women to really express a lot of political participation. So, and because it was partaking from that pro-Roman bias and favoring the norms of their times, it was part of the way that I made the unbiased history of Rome. To like a fuck, how do you say that? Neglect. Not pay much attention to a woman as you would in a real historical analysis. You know, you actually pay attention to the details and stuff, treating them as people and shit. But no, like, well, we cared about the man. They did the conquest and shit, and it was focused on that. They didn't get the variety that they would have in a fucking Mary Beard-esque analysis with real academic vigor. Everything of going back to Rome and covering an event that you glossed over in the original series. Boy! Those early episodes, the amount of good material that could have been approached. Shit. There's this one episode, not episode, like there's one happening in Roman history that I remember back then. I was like, oh, I should have covered that. There's this one part in the earlier episodes where we're covering during the Roman Republic, where Spain is under a revolt. There's this one moment, I'm vaguely remembering, where there's this like a red wedding-esque situation where like the Roman emissaries either pro or for the revolt that was happening in Hispania against the Roman Republic. They were slaughtered by the hosts, and it was very, very Roman Red Wedding-esque. I remember back in the time when I read more about it, I felt like, oh, I should have included that back in the day. I don't remember which episode exactly that would have gone into. Death Rows? Maybe. Hey guys, Dova's back. I'm here, for the day at least. Do you think that Theodosius the First was a bad emperor? No, no. Again, long term, it's easy to blame him for the split and having absolutely horrible sons. Something was wrong with his genes. Both of his heirs were terrible for the empire. But to what extent can you blame the father for that? I guess somewhat, like for the raising and stuff. I don't know, man. You want to blame Theodosius the First? There are some lines of attacks. I wouldn't particularly engage in it. Some people want to ape on his ass because the whole Christianization shit, and he was kind of a simp for some people. In a real analysis, though, I think Theodosius the First was a solid emperor. If we're looking very objectively, trying not to be biased. Can you blame shit on him? Fuck, you can. You have material there. He wouldn't be the first target of my accusations, but he is like in that precipice, right? So at what point do you become responsible for shit falling apart really fast right after you die? Something to think there. Favorite best Greek colony? Byzantium. Maybe Syracuse is second. Fuck, lost myself again. Updating text. Trying to see here. Oina called the Eastern Empire Byzantine during the Paleologus period. You know, people these days got offended with the Byzantine. They think it de-Romanifies. And I guess in some aspects it is meant in that way. Not mostly. Like, I use Byzantine and Eastern Roman, or plain just Roman or late Roman, interchangeably. I don't feel much vilification to use those words. And you want to only apply it to Paleologus period? That's kind of weird to me. I guess you could justify for the discontinuity caused by the Crusades, I guess. The fuck, I thought this channel was long abandoned. Well, 3 years without content does count as long abandoned. You are not technically wrong there. Still alive, though. Do you actually think that Theodosius the First was a... Oh, wait, I already read that. Honestly, I don't think Antony gets enough credit. Everyone shits on his political skills, but he absolutely wrecked the conspirators post-assassination. I think Marcus Antonius gets just about the right kind of shit and credit. Did he do impressive stuff during his life? He did. He also did a lot of retarded shit and committed a lot of mistakes. I don't know. I don't think Antony is one of those utterly vilified people. I think he gets what he deserves from the modern historians, you know? From the good and the bad. If someone tried to make an unbiased history of something in your style, what tips would you give on making the characters not look like shit? I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, it depends on what you mean by shit. I had I had a good friend, a really good artist, help me with a lot of back then the artists, the clothing and stuff. Although I did heavily edit a lot of them to match what my closest vision was for them. I don't know exactly what you think is shit though on the ones because I haven't watched much of the ones that try to use my style or evolve from it. I guess I can't properly answer that question. I would have to watch all that stuff to really know what you mean. Christian Prince Theodosius was a good emperor. You could argue that for sure. No, you're right. Alexander's ego was massive. March his army through a desert just to make a point, losing men along the way. I mean, that's part of it. There's multiple other reasons to also think that Alexander was a fucking bitch ass cunt, really. That's the word. I got his attitude in India was really fucking undefensible though. Like, dude, are you literally gonna march us to hell? What the fuck are we trying to achieve? I have no idea how he managed to get his army to march all the way through Persia to this day. Holy shit. Mad props. But yeah, I would absolutely not want to talk to that guy. I mean, historical curiosity, but as a person, engagement, friends, no. Give me Caesar any day of the week. Are you here to shill something? Is there a new series in the works? What? I guess I'm technically shilling my game, but I'm not giving links to the Steam page or shit because there isn't one, or Patreon stuff. No, just pure tease. By the way, let's get some new art here. Oh, this one. I do love this one. Check this out. Check this out. Ooh. I wonder what is being depicted here. Something not good? Ooh. Let's reduce it. You get out of the way. You too. Ah, whatever. Fundamentals for the 100 Argentinian pesos. I have no idea what it's worth these days. For against the dollar, against the real? I know, I don't want to mock the inflation Argentina. Very low hanging fruit. Why didn't the Roman Empire, Europe, reunited like China? Many reasons. You could argue from a geographical perspective, there's a lot more natural barriers in the way of reuniting the Roman Empire. There's the Alps, there's the whole Mediterranean separation between North and South. There were the religious wars that conquered the eastern part, and different pressures, really. There was a lot of geographical limitations on reuniting the Roman Empire, and that's just thinking about geography. Like China, a lot of it are Great Plains, just rice fields here and there. Of course, not all China. The southern part of China is very hilly, very tropical, but it's one cohesive unit, and it becomes far more feasible to unite that. And I'm just thinking about geography. There's a lot of other reasons why uniting the Roman Empire would have been and was far more difficult a prospect than it was for China. Are we doing another series? Doing a game, my dude. Oh my god, you're here and alive. Very alive. Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. Garibaldi. You showed Theodosius II sister Pulcheria doing stuff in the last episodes. I'm gonna be very real with you. There's a lot about the Rome unbiased history of Rome stuff that I did and showed that I don't remember. It's been years, my dude. It's been years. As a general for Alexander, as a general though, Alexander is better. Okay, as a general, it depends on how you would weight. One singular, absolutely phenomenal performance, or decades of great performances with a few mistakes. Few mistakes. It depends. It's the old like Aurelian versus Trajan argument. What are you gonna value more? That guy that for that one very short period was an utter god at what he was doing, or are you gonna value the guy that was consistently great in multiple different occasions against multiple different challenges in for Trajan, of course, in multiple different fields, because he was a great administrator and had great public relations with Senate and shit. So cringe ass all debate on what you mean by better. You want to make the argument that he was a better general? I'm not gonna be mad though. You have a lot of ammunition to fire there. Well, one singular huge ammunition, right? Rage Squid for another 6 euros. Yeah, Vortigern and fuck me. Gerfern aka the Superbus Tyrannus, is definitely the true Roman success. Caesar was a much better general than Alexander. Again, the other side of the argument, right? You can argue that for sure. I think at the end of the day, I would be forced to argue Alexander because that one huge performance was absolutely massive, taking down the Persian Empire. But at what point do you wait at the technological advancements of the Macedonian Empire as such, right? Like Philip II and shit, the long ass spears and shit, and the Persians just being unable to figure out how to do manifolds. I don't know. It becomes a huge argument. On a personal level, absolutely, I would pick Julius Caesar before he is actually a Jew, dude. Yeah, for sure. Personality-wise, absolutely. Dude became friends with multiple of his enemies. How much did the loss of Egypt contribute to the fall of Byzantium? Immensely so. Immensely so. I couldn't even begin to discuss how much that weakened the empire. Hodeshudov is back, ready to bring back our glorious civilization. Getting a game. This game is saving civilization, yes. Dova, when was the Byzantine situation truly unsavable? Truly unsavable. My take is going to be the normie take, right? The Fourth Crusade was brutal. The empire we had before then had multiple problems, but was a cohesive unit that could have survived for a very long time, given proper administration and shit, and it could even have a Basil-like restoration. Technically, it had a base for it. But after what the Venetians did, man, after what the Crusaders did, I would say that was my point. That was the point of no return. What was left after what eventually reunited the Byzantine Empire? Utter shell of its former self. That was my point of no going back. Bias history of Greece when? Already did 4 episodes of that, right? Eastern Roman Empire. Oh. He found the account password. I did. Can we see the game now, please? I'm so curious what it made, boss. Thanks. And no. Even if I wanted to, right? I would have to drag files. I don't know how it's like. I would have to produce a build, like an executable file, and then I think it would probably normally stream it. I don't know. Even if I started that right now, it would take a while to build the closest build. Yeah, build the closest build. Yeah, that I have into an executable file. Even if I did it right now, it might take hours. Probably not. Whatever. Won't be happening though. Even thanks for the interest though. It's images today. By the way, let's get another image going. Where are you? Nice. I did want to do that. Ah, you're here. Okay. Another drop. What do we get now? I've already seen this one. Fuck, did I repeat one? Fuck me. Actual new one. This one. I love this one. Yeah. This one is staying here. I had fun on the scene that this is part of. So what is this? You're making a game? Absolutely, Jerry Spoon. Mark Antony perfectly fits the magnificent bastard archetype. How did you come up with Orestes going back in time to kill Remus? It just fit like a glove, you know? I wanted to loop shit somewhat to marry the ending with the beginning. I pulled that out of my ass, and it kind of fit in in my opinion. Is Napoleon the greatest emperor general of all time? Absolutely not. Even though I think he had of the great generals, he has the greatest win streak or the biggest win percentage of confirmed battles. I think he. Okay, if you're going to go with that metric, which is a very strong metric to take, I guess he would be, wouldn't he? Of the big ones? Hmm. Yeah, I guess there is very technical reasons to believe that he was the greatest general of all time, of the big generals. Yeah, I wouldn't go with him though, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm just too much of a pure Roman simp. I would go with Romans. I don't know. I think I'm very fucking biased. The more I'm thinking about it, maybe Napoleon really does have the strongest claim to that title. I have to think more about it. Funniest theory, in your opinion, why Rome fell? Because of homosexuality? No, wait. Ah, what is the memeiest one? Hmm. I guess the gay Fury one is the funniest one. You know, Romans were fucking were fucking dudes in mass. Well, that's not pro. When was it culturally accepted? Started getting culturally accepted. Cultural importations from Greece to have what we call today homosexual relations in the Roman Republic. When did that start? I mean, Cato the Elder was kind of complaining about that back then. Already back then, they were complaining about it. So it started on pretty early in the history, over the a top view analysis over the entire history. So blaming on the gays is really funny to me. So like it took like 600, 800 years for it really to take effect. That's just funny to me. Maybe there's a funnier one. You'll come up with it. I'll read it probably. I'm reading so much fucking shit. I'd say Subotai of the Mongols is kind of underrated. Oh yeah, there's always the Mongols to appeal to for the great generals. Great, great choices there. From your drawing style, I guess you don't have a girlfriend. Greatest comment so far. What is the name? Oi Sir Munsky. No. I was gonna say Sir Munsky. That's not right. Sir Muxney. Okay, no idea what that is. I was gonna say Finnish. Probably not even that. Great comment. Missed you, boss. Thanks, my dude. Not my dude. Your name is definitely Nadja. Thanks, definitely Nadja. Disagree. The loss of Egypt and the Levant was the end of the Byzantines. No, I think it could have very well still existed as a vestigial state. Because the basis of Anatolia plus Greece was really defensible. And Basso proved that, right? Multiple Byzantine emperors proved that. No, I think it could have very easily, even with the catastrophic loss of Egypt and the Levant, it could have very well still remained as a state today, in what would look like Greece plus Turkey plus bits of Bulgaria-ish looking state. Absolutely could have stayed. It's very stable for many geopolitical reasons. Unbiased history of Cyrodiil. The recapture of Egypt was the overriding goal of imperial policy for like several decades. Yes, they did attempt it multiple times. They raided Egypt and tried to reinvade it for sure. Yeah, that happened a lot. The elves literally dabbed in a in a lot effed up shite in the Elder Scrolls lore. Yeah, it's easy to hate the elves. Not the Dumber though, even though they did practice slavery and a lot of shit. They're funny though. I love the Dumber. Holy fuck, I love the Dumber. But the High Elves, they just, you know, it's easy to hate them. I once said to one of my friends, you know, like a heavy Elder Scrolls lore friend, the High Elves in the Elder Scrolls lore, it's like a fusion, an unholy fusion of the funniest Jewish conspiracies come true plus Nazis. Like it's a fusion of both, you know? It's really fucking funny. Perennial did not go, I mean do, did not do anything wrong. Based. Have you ever read Meditations? Oh, a long time ago. I'm not gonna remember most of it though. Manticore did more damage to the Byzantine Empire than Yarmouk. Yeah, mostly agree. Holy shit, did I catch up with the chat? I think I did. Neat. How long have we been going? 4 hours, I think. Still have a lot of energy. If you guys got energy, I got energy. We going. Oh yeah, let's bring some art. Ooh, this one. This one is another great one. Wait, did I post this one already? Did I? I might have. I might have posted this one already. I don't know. I think I did. Anyway, it's so good that even if I posted it already, it's good to look at it again. Longest stream I watched was 7 hours and 15 minutes. Really? Don't the professional streamers like break those records easily, even often? I actually don't know because I'm not a big stream watcher. I don't know how long they stream for. If I were to judge by VOD length, I guess a lot of them just stream for 3-4 hours. Excuse me, what the actual fuck? Coming up here this late in the stream is going to be pretty what the fuck, you right? What the fuck? Though? What? It's live? What? Yeah. You're gonna have to watch the VOD, my dude. Who made the new art? That would be me. People learn shit, you know? What is this game, though? It's about Rome. It's about... It requires you to know Roman history to win it. It offers you many chances to learn Roman history. It's about learning history and knowing Roman history. And you engage to save Rome, you know? I mean, you engage in many historical moments. On this one, as you can see, let me take it out of the way. Like, all the senators here with the daggers and shit. And like, you're gonna be asking me, wait, why is that a demon there? Why is it black? Why does it actual have demonic features? Why is that Caesar? Why is that Rome? Why does it have the absolute biggest fucking honkers ever? Those are very, very good questions that won't be answered. Eventually they will, right? The game is going to come out with it. But not yet. I don't watch professional streams. I got that long because everyone was drunk and rambling. Based. How do you judge that I'm Finnish? I don't know. I saw a funny looking name with multiple lines over letters and I just assumed it was Finnish. The art looks like Centauri drawing. You should be able to see a lot of influences, right? I talked about it, I think, an hour ago. The heavy strokes, the strong color contrast. There's going to be a lot of influence there. You're going to see that a lot, particularly in the bottom left picture. It's very vivid there, I would say. It's less so on the more painted ones that are more brush stroken, you know, as you would say in Photoshop. But definitely, Century Chan was a big influence. Yeah. We got beta, Chad. Blue ball, though I prefer. Hey Dova, was Cabbage Man justified in creating feudalism? Justified? Justified. He was coming after a century-long crisis that had almost destroyed his homeland, you know, the Roman Empire. Was he justified in implementing very widespread reforms that in the very long term backfired on the quality of life of the people? I mean, maybe? Like trying very like a transformative shit to try desperate to save your empire. There is a world where I could see that that is morally justifiable. Maybe. Feudalism was pretty shit though, so you know, it's not like I'm gonna defend it to death. Diocletian's reforms in the long term, of course, it's very easy to criticize because many of its effects were really bad. The Almost Dead Man, again, for another $20. It started with a dream. A dream. Called a stream I didn't expect. I just woke up. Hello, legit. What part of the world would you have to be part of, assuming a healthy sleep schedule, that just waking up right now would be normal? Let me think. Holy shit, the other side of the world? Based Japanese Romabu? Will this stream be available later? Yeah, for sure. Still alive, still alive. Will Soul Invictus show up in your game? In the game? Great question. Will Jesus appear in the game? Will the Buddha appear? Will heretical versions of Jesus? Being coy like that is extremely annoying, I know, but you know, that shit I'm not gonna say. Starts interfering to lore. What's the game called? The game has a name, has a very solidified name, and the game's been solid for a good while now. I'm not sharing it though. I don't know if I really have a good reason to not share it, but if I'm not going to properly announce the game with a trailer and shit and have all the links, I don't know, it feels wrong to really say the name so far. Gotta go. Glad to see you back online, the Almost Dead Man. Looking forward to whatever comes out next. Thanks, man. There's no plans to restart the Beast series again, right? Not as of now, but of course, as you can see, I'm working a lot of Roman, and you can't see right now, like also Byzantine content, yeah, Eastern Roman content. Yeah, I didn't bring images though. I heard the guys making their own unbiased Beast series put it on hold after allegedly hearing from you about it. I didn't put them on notice or anything. Maybe, God, sometimes people ask me one thing or another, and I said vague stuff about it. I don't remember ever saying anything negative about it, or like I don't do it, or I don't recommend it. I don't. I was, from what I recall, is I was always either neutral to positive about it. I honestly that wasn't very engaged, or I think the word is cared about it much. So I don't think ever seen something like a, hey, don't do that shit. I don't remember. I'm Lithuanian. I've heard of this. I've heard. I think I mean, have you heard of this country? I have definitely heard of Lithuania. I'm one of those ultra giga history authors that I know of all the ultra giga minor countries in Europe, even the memiest ones: Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Latvia, Montenegro. I don't know them all, dude. Lithuania is big-ish for the small European countries. Why is the past 12 collapsed stock look like that? uh, do I answer that? The shotgun design has gone through a lot of iterations. The one that you see there isn't necessarily the final one that you're gonna look. So for me to say the reason why it's like that, it has some justifications lore-wise if I go with that design, but it can always change. I'm not gonna commit to that because it might be a bad answer on the long term. But you know, there's thought to put into it. There's a reason it's like that. The coloring also as well. Reminds me of the Half-Life shotgun. Yeah, because as a previous guy deduced, it is a SPAS 12 or derived of that. I love that shotgun. Did you know it's an Italian design? Rome could have been saved, at least for a while, if they had some major reforms and investments in the western provinces. And also never trust mercenaries. Facts, holy fuck. The last part, at least. Top 5 emperors. Top 5. Off the top of my head again. Trajan, Augustus, Aurelian, not necessarily in that order. Who would I put on my 2? I said earlier Basso II. That's... Okay, let's say I put Basso II there. Would I put Heraclius in my top 5? Maybe, there's some arguments there. I think it belongs more in the top 10 than top 5. Fuck. Majorian, maybe. Depends on how you justify it. God, there's so many fighting for the 5th place. There's an argument for Marcus Aurelius. There's an argument for Hadrian. There's an argument for... One of my pet favorite Roman emperors is Domitian. But I don't know if I would put him in the top 5. That 5th place is highly contentious for me. I would have to really think about it. But the other ones for me, it's far more easy to jump to that answer. You'll feel the 5th one, as you will. Most historians don't believe he started feudalism or even its foundations. Yeah, true. Like there was some influences. People trace a lot of the stuff that he ordered or influenced economically to traces of feudalism, and you can definitely see that. But the actual structure of feudalism, it was also like put in place separately in different regions at different rates by other systems. You know, I'm thinking right now of the Frankish laws. You know, on France was when feudalism really developed to its high state, I want to say, most proper way that we understand it. A stream call room, yeah. As a Brazilian man, have you tried actually speaking Português? Falei bastante brasileiro, meu amigo, várias vezes aqui. Só ver os caras que perguntaram em português. And no, I am not translating. We're on the list, boys. Hell yeah. Alright, cut up. It means more art. This shit again? I've shown this one before. I guess I did repeat a few files. Oh yeah, I think I was sending some of them back. Let's get some actual new fucking stuff here. Oh yeah, I was throwing some. Ooh, this one. Ooh. Ooh. Again, it's about contrast, right? You want certain parts of the game to look very different from other parts. And this is all very relatively new to the game. We're looking at very early parts that were painted a while ago, already resolved and stuff. But you can already see quite a bit of variety, or I hope people can see quite a bit of variety, even though the style, I try to make it cohesive between the 2 main styles, right? The brushed one and the more stark, vivid color ones with strong strokes. You can see that within that system that I try to maintain, I also try to apply variety to it. I hope I achieved it in at least some way. It's the critics and the players ultimately say, right? Master Troll, Dovahedi. Memes aside, do you think that the fall of the Roman Empire was a sudden catastrophic collapse or a gradual social decline and decay? Absolutely, the latter one. There were multiple catastrophes, moments of catastrophes, but a lot of them could have just been seen historically as a temporary setback. I don't know. Rome could have come out stronger for it. You could have easily seen the campaigns from Hannibal against the Republic in the Second Punic War as inevitable utter catastrophes that the Republic could never recover from because 20% of the male population was liquidated, and you could easily justify that there was no way that Rome could come back from such a slaughter of its fighting population, but they did, and they won, and the Republic flourished from that point onwards. So it's easy to see the major defeats like Adrianople or I guess even technically the Fourth Crusade, as crippling as that was. It's a lot of times it gets very bad, but at least theoretically you could always turn that around. Will we save Rome? Who's we? You and me? Because the answer then is yes. Holy shit, Doublehead is alive? Still alive. Still alive. I thought they made into sopa de macacão. I don't know if that one was intentional. Macacão. Soup of big macaco. Hmm. Hello, I'm new here. Did you leave us for a couple of years because you start a family and we all know now I have to wake up at 5 a.m. because now we're adults after this? Was doing a game in the meantime, my dude. That's the reason. Came to explain myself before the courts. Sam the Man for the $5. Do you think the United States is on the cusp of the crisis of the third century? No, because a lot of stuff went wrong before it got to the level of the crisis of the third century on the on the Roman Empire. It got very bad. A lot of bad decisions, a lot of incompetent administration before it got to that point. I mean, if you want to make Roman analogies, if you want to force Roman analogies onto the current American political situation, for me, it's far more analogous, if you want to do it, to the Gracchi period, It's more focused on political violence, right? Thing is, though, the United States has had political violence, presidents being assassinated for a long ass while. I forgot who was the first one. It happened really early, though. I think it's 6 presidents that were assassinated. Maybe it's 8. I know that there were multiple ones there had been attempted assassinations but didn't succeed. Reagan, Trump, Theodore Roosevelt, multiple ones. So political violence isn't new to the United States, but we always have to keep an eye on it escalating. That is a problem. When political violence really escalated in Rome and it became the norm to not only apply but defend your political positions on the basis of violence and killing your opponents, that's when the Republic was reaching a point of no salvation. So you want to force Roman analogies, and it's always fun to do so. I ought to be thinking more the Gracchi. Or if you want to be more advanced about stuff, more Gaius Marius and Sulla. What? Did he remember the password? How? Damn, Andrew Jackson also had an assassination attempt? I don't remember that one. Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and JFK. I swear to God, I don't remember what McKinley did or who he was. Must have been one of the really early American presidents. Still have a lot of energy. My voice is giving out more than my than what I'm up to it, but you know, I did commit to a very long stream. Still doing it. Let's pull another art piece out there. This one. Let's adjust. Fuck. Come on. Fuck, dude, it's always a fight with this fucking UI. Okay. Very serious game, by the way. So now what? Oh, we keep doing what we wanted, right? People didn't like Rise of Rome and absolutely basic, utter dog shit game. I do think it's funny to shit on in a shit game, but I don't know. People wanted me to talk more on the comments. It's been fun so far. Talking about the game, the comments, game, the comments. Keep going at it. As long as people want it. I should see you still using this channel, though. I should see you advance you. Why the horns? Demonic stuff. My CS hasn't been conquered yet in the map. I guess my people still lived in mud huts. I thought we were going to deduce a specific time period based on that, but you know, that region did remain unconquered for a long ass time. It doesn't much help, but you can look at the rest of the empire. Yes. Hmm. Love this one. More. Ooh, this one. I think I said that too much. Ooh, this one. Ooh, this one. One of the most effective things I found developing these parts of the game is the power of playing with lighting. Not only in the art piece itself, Photoshop and shit, but on the through the game mechanics itself. Really, really effective. Reading chat, maybe I missed something. Didn't miss any super chats, right? I think I read all of them. Need to play Portal and Portal 2 again. Anytime, dude. Great games. Oh no, blockade. Just Bibbles. Still with you guys. Let's see. Do I just yeah, keep throwing more stuff at the wall. Let's get more stuff here. Ooh, a more proper shot of the guy. Nice. Becoming a full-on collage. Cool. Any questions? Let's see. Dude, the Chad and Wojak meme was the soul of your vids. It was the soul of the series for sure. The basics of it. And a lot of people really love it to this day and perpetuate it in other videos, new series that they made. But you know, like eventually I wanted to make something that was original to myself, you know? Something that I could perform on myself and build upon it my past achievements and what I learned and do something that I could say that was 100% me, you know? I absolutely love the content I made before, defend it to this day, even with all of its flaws, which there were many. But I also think we can always upgrade from that. And that doesn't mean to like lay shade on anything, right? Always doing new stuff, building upon what you have. Some people like the other ones, some people don't like the other ones. I don't at all reject the meme formats I used before. I think that I achieved a lot of the goals that the Unbiased History of Rome series tried to achieve. Really happy with that historically, so. Will there be prawn? I know what you're asking. No, the game won't have any porn. It does have one with big tits. It doesn't have porn. It's not that kind of visual novel game, you know, the standard type. The woman in her drawings could be more thick. You know, this is the kind of shit I'm pulling with. Sometimes my inner demons even create entire people, and they go in chat and they type this shit, you know? This is the voices in my head. They always be influencing my designs. Is this a choice game? Absolutely. Yep. Lot of choices. You need to know your Roman history. If you don't know it, you need to learn it through the game. You gotta save Rome. Gotta save Rome. Save the Republic. Save the Empire. Save the monarchy. A lot of saving needed. Why are almost all games and TV so bad these days? Presumably because they don't appeal to you? I guess that's the easiest answer. Will there be male characters who aren't all black? I bet there's a lot of people asking that. Because what they've seen so far is the entirety of the male cast all in black and shit. Is answering that spoilerful? I guess it is. But you know, how to answer that? I'll go with no. Yeah. I'll go with no. Had to think on that one. Eesh, what do I reveal? When do you think the game will come out? There's no release dates planned. How far are you from Floripa? We'll be going back there in a few months. Huh. Don't know how much I want to dox myself personally. I should absolutely visit Florip though. Unrelated. You look at the city like from Google Maps and shit, or the pictures from. Definitely to visit that city. Am I the only one who takes a break of their 5 good emperors vid? Absolutely not, right? A lot of people they see that the downfall is going to begin and they just stop there. It's painful, you know. Well, what's for me the the first time I really got into Roman history several years ago. And when you know that, okay, we kind of peaked here, and from here on, you're going to read a lot of detailed suffering, a lot of people don't want that, you know? They don't want it. And they can take it, really, is the answer. Even though the late Roman history, as many of you also would agree, I'm sure, is some of the best Roman history, the most dramatic, the ones most filled with like big comebacks and tragic stories and heroic figures, really. Even when we consider all the realities and the Romans did bad stuff, you know, it wasn't a perfect empire, blah 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 blah. But heroes still applies, right? There's many people I would still defend that and call them such. Just look in chat, by the way. Waiting the big stuff. It's kind of dying right now. Let's see the viewership. It's slowing a little bit. You know, I'm gonna meet demands. You guys want it? I'll be here for it. Oh yeah, this one is a complex one. Okay, let's analyze this one. This one, everyone will know what it's about, right? Let's look at this one. This one we can analyze. What's going on here, my dudes? What's going on here? I mean, everyone's gonna do, right? Have you ever played Ryse? Today, in fact. Sell and marries. Yep. Proscriptio. Let's minimize. It's one of my most stark images, by the way. This one was kind of recently finished, really. Finished properly. Highly detailed. Ah. There we go. More. This one. This one was the one that was edited to be the the thumbnail of the stream. Still alive? Still alive. This is the original one. I don't think there's one proper. I think definitely is going to be altered for the final one. You can deduce so much of what the vibe is of the game from just from this one picture, I'd say. Bom dia, Dova. Myriad colors. Bom dia, meu amigo. If you were a Roman emperor, how would you treat the Senate? Depends which Senate we're talking about. Broadly, I think the Trajan approach was the one that was most productive. So that one, you know, overall good and respectful. What the fuck? It's calling the clearly female character a son? What the fuck is going there? Is there probably some symbology going on? What the fuck? Big thinkers, this one. We're going to Fate route? Fate route. No, because there's still a lot of male characters. Okay, we've shown a lot of pictures. There's still a few left, and we could always revisit the old ones. But yeah, like of what has been presented about the game so far, artistically wise, are some broad questions about it. Anyone has any doubts? I don't know, could always ask some other topic questions. Love the community vibe in here. We're all Roman artists. Peace in a pod. Hello, Brazilian man. Hello, Das Bass. The bees. Or the bass. Don't get hurt, but you need a girlfriend, judging from your drawings. Thanks, man. How do you properly say her name? You need to spell it out, my dude. I am not gonna get it right. Going back up. No, no super chats. Kind of crazy situation in Brazil with the Bolsonaro situation. You have no idea. When introduced into video reviews, did for a while. Didn't really click with me. Making games though, that one clicked. I'm the bees. I'm the best. But I'm glad you fucking presented that, or brought that up. Ibarkum turning into York. What a fucking horrible city name transition. Like you have your Londiniums becoming London, makes sense, right? You have your what was the initial name? Mediolanum becoming Milan. You also see that like a Ibarkum York. Was Ibarkum? Did it have a longer name? I forgot why it became York. Other, if it feels wrong. What is the best Total War game? Never played much, to be honest. This always astonishes people. I played a little bit, but you know, I'm more of the building states kind of strategy vibe, less so the armies fighting kind of strategy. Nothing against it, but I like building states more. That kind of strategy. Thanks for not becoming a political grifter. Always room to become a Roman grifter. It's the Vikings to blame for the name changes being so radical. Guess so. During the Dane law, I don't remember. I don't remember the exact naming conventions that they did. Oh, I missed some gems here. I was rushing too fast. Hmm. I guess we could end the stream just about here, 5 hours. I feel like chat kind of died. It was way more active. I think maybe Europe is going to bad right now. Maybe that's what's happening. Any Europeans still left? Raise your arms. Well, a few of you must be, judging the names. Truth, Rage Squid. Odds that Brazil becomes the next Roman Empire? 1 trillion%. What happens in Brazil? We'd be arresting our presidents quite a lot historically. What else? We'd be planting a lot of soy and corn, ethanol, a lot of solar energy. What else? A lot of volley. Foot volley. Ever watch that shit? Volley but with your feet? Great shit. Dova, how are you a Romabu when Brazilian? Don't see why that would be antagonistic. Corn is a useless crop. My dude, you need to be ethanol peeled. You need to be DDGS peeled. What else? What are the other byproducts? It's oh yeah, there's also oil, corn oil. You should meet the industry, my dude, the agro industry. A lot of it in the United States, far more developed actually. The corn one, yeah, far more developed in the United States. We're catching up, really. Live did your parents remember the military years of 64 and 85? Yeah. I'm happy you're okay, my dude, and I'm happy to be okay. And that you are okay, presumably. Okay enough to type that and wish well for others. Ethanol kind of sucks as a fuel source, though. I mean, it's like a 70% of the energy density of actual gasoline, you know? So, strictly speaking, it is inferior, but it is renewable. So, they keep saying that oil is gonna run out, and technically speaking, I guess one day it will. Hasn't come that close yet. It's still increasing production and shit, particularly in countries like the United States and even Brazil, really. So yeah, a strict comparison, yeah, it is inferior energy density wise, and for other products, yeah. You can make asphalt with gasoline. Don't think you can do it with ethanol. Missed you. Good to see you, American boy. There was a time France almost conquered Brazil. You know, that is a footnote we cover in Brazilian history. That time when those very initial Portuguese colonies were taken over by France. I absolutely forgot how they were expelled. I think the Portuguese got a bunch of mercenaries. The French tried to take over Brazil. The Dutch tried to take over northeastern Brazil. I think that was about that. The British never tried to take over Brazil. Well, well, someone is back from the dead. Never been dead, only appear dead. Still here, Dova, as am I. I died laughing when I saw your reply to Mike Duncan. I hope if he saw it, he took it in good spirit. It was not at all meant in bad spirit. You know, I was making fun of the situation. Glad you liked it. Dovaheri, how often do you think of the Brazilian Empire? Not as often as I should. The existence of the Brazilian Empire is quite fascinating, really, in contrast to the fracture and explicitly republican characteristic of the countries that we neighbor. The contrast is really strong. I should think more about the Brazilian Empire. The British really tried to take over Brazil. They invaded Brazilian Guiana in the 1890s, and they invaded Fernando de Noronha in the 1900s. They invaded Fernando de Noronha. It sounds absolutely something like the British would do. I am not informed about that. They did they really? Huh. How did we expel them? It's costlier than oil to refine, and you have the heavy industry for farming. E.g., in 3000 AD, we can grow ethanol for the few niche applications where chemical rockets are still useful. I think ethanol, like, assume electrification keeps going, and a lot of the cars and a lot of the traditional uses for gasoline ethanol would be taken over by electrifying the fleet and stuff. I think you're still going to see heavy use for not just ethanol, but gasoline in ships and in planes, because like a electrically fueled plane, it can only go so far, right? The batteries would have to be absolutely immense to sustain such flights. We haven't reached the energy density for that quite yet. So it's still a lot of room for, I say, quite a few years for ethanol and gasoline, at the very least in those niche fuels. And there's always the cost factor, right? Even though it's possible to electrify, if it remains more costly, we're still going to be appealing to those two fossil fuels. Ethanol is not a fossil fuel, but Talking about Brazilian economics right now. I'm following the flow. Should go back to more hard. Okay, let's drag all this shit here. This is stuff that we've seen before, right? Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's all shit I've already seen. Alright, we've seen the art that I uploaded for today. No new shit. This is why Dove is so base. It does it for us. Always have, always will. I'm a saint like that. This story is 7. Dova, so for your game, when do you have a demo lined up for release? Beta, release dates? No release dates for yet, either for beta or alpha or whatever. Okay, earlier on, you can see on the VOD, I discussed the prospect of a demo. I think it's very attractive. Haven't decided on it though. I do like the idea. A lot of Brazilians I knew that had Italian heritage came from Veneto, Venice. Guilty. Fuck. Yeah. I don't know why in particular this happened, but in Brazil and in Argentina, the ancestry is very Northern Italianish, but in other parts where Italians colonized, think New York, think parts of Australia, it's more Central Southern Italy, heavy Sicilians and shit. I don't know why exactly. I don't know why that happened. The art style of this game feels like a mid to late 2000s time capsule. I'm taking that as a compliment. Don't know exactly how he intended that. Maybe just a factual statement. I don't know exactly who to be comparing to. Maybe a few cartoons, maybe. I could see what you mean. I agree the chemical fuel will still be around, but I think we'll be using Venezuelan and Arabian oil long into the future. I don't know about Venezuelan oil. That production is fucking shit these days. But Arabian oil, yeah, for sure. Will there be anime girls? I mean, it depends. You see the top one on the right there? Does that count as anime? You tell me. top left, actually. I like the new art style. Feels dark. Quite a few of these are quite dark. Look at the one in the bottom right. And the one in the bottom, per se. Unbiased review of Turkmenistan. If only you knew how utterly ignorant of medieval to modern Central Asian history I am. If only you knew. Venezuelan oil will come back when after we invade. If you look from a purely economics perspective, just economics, it does feel kind of like a waste, doesn't it? All that oil down there, and we can't access it because the economic difficulties of the current country. It does feel like a waste. Whether that justifies invasion, I'll leave you to the burgers. You guys are good at invading. Do your thing. Justifying it at least. To yourselves. Bro just came back like that. I am like that, Chungus. First time in my life I got an ad pop up on the live. Why would that be? Did you put some special alert on my channel? Sometimes that happens. I remember that happened to me on Seth videos when I had all the alerts for here. The fucking videos, guys. The fucking videos of the guy. Will you continue the series? In a way. You're gonna see several ghosts of unbiased history on the game I'm making. Hey, people. The future of electrification is solid-state batteries, which are still under tech that cost 160 times its weight in gold. Don't know if that is a price. If it is, holy fuck. As far as feasibility goes, biodiesel and syngas are the way to go for vehicles. Oh yeah, that was my previous analysis, cost-wise. Or scalable so far. Gunner game. Big tits. It's been the best part of a decade since I played any games, but this is making me want to start playing again. Well, you know, if you're a roamable like me, and all of a sudden a game like this directly appeal to you in a niche that there's like practically no real competition in, yeah, I would understand that feeling. Your games kind of have a Hollow Knight feel in the art style. You know, kind of like not at all and yes. I'm trying to see what you mean. I kind of feel it. Like, in simplicity wise, in many of the characters, I see it, but it's so different in so many other ways. Jaso Heavens with the $5. Back from the dead, hey Dovahedi. That's what a day is for. Watch the start of the VOD, the thumbnail and shit. Back from the dead, still alive. It's good to hear from you again. Hey, it's good to hear from you. Good to hear from all of you. Love interacting with y'all. Damn, Dova's still alive. Crazy. Not that crazy. Not that crazy. I eat very healthily. Ever tried spinach juice? 100% unironic, by the way. Sounds disgusting? It's because it is, for the start. You acclimate to that, though. Oh fuck us. An actual spinach juice, snake juice appreciator, Dakota White. Spinach can give you kidney stones. Yeah, if you eat 1 trillion kilograms of it a day. Or even, not even that much. It actually can, does. You can actually do that. If you cook it, it makes it a little more palatable, but, you know, there is that danger. Very healthy for you otherwise. You'd be amazed at my patience of cake. But yeah, eventually, yeah, if it does keep doing it. Oh, dude, it's gonna sound very arrogant, but I look at this collage of images that I made with all the stuff that I posted. I think like holy shit, man. I drew that. Not long ago, I couldn't draw at all, for shit, not at all. And I did that. You know that feeling? Yeah, everyone knows that feeling, right? You achieve something that you look back and you think, how did I do that? Wait, I did that? I did that. I did do that. Ah, I'm having that moment right now. I'm happy, man. I'm happy with these performances. Some of these pictures that are closer to like a realization, you know? I'm happy with them, man. I'm happy with the artistic direction of this game for sure. The only thing Justinian did wrong. Wait. The only thing Justinian did wrong is to ignore all the time travelers that try to give him tanks. American Boy for the $5. I miss you a lot, Dova. And I also always wondered, are you Catholic? Let's. You know, it's funny. You know something funny? You can always play the game of trying to deduce someone's politics or faith through the works that they engage in, right? Even the friends they make, whatever they say in public. I think it's fun for people to speculate. Not gonna answer that, but no, you can look at my work. If you want to imply Christian messages for it, I'll bias for it. If you think there's some cringe atheism in it, I'll let that remain a topic of public discussion to the extent it is. It's more fun that way. Thank you for $5 though. Dova's artistic third eye is opened. True. Does Centurion participate in the project? Nope, it's 100% me. Everything, really. Uh, Egotistically so. Did I get cut off? You can't listen? Mic should be working, I think. Yeah, okay. You can listen. Fine. Nice. Jackson A. Loper. Loper? $5. Pretty Kitty versus Baby the Shop Owner versus Crystal the Fox. I have no idea what they're talking about. God, is that something I should know? Somebody watched the DJ Peach cover. Another thing, I have no idea what you're talking about. Those alive. Still alive. Still alive. Yeah, like I wasn't expecting this to devolve into chat time with the boys, but I don't know. I'm for it. Alive! He's alive! I'm making a note here. Huge success. How much longer do you realistically think it would take before the project is 100% done? I mean, saying that essentially would be giving a release date. Also, even if I try, there's absolutely no way I can honestly answer that question. Some parts are harder than others, and there's always going to be surprises, both positive and negative, in how much it takes to make a part. Answering that would be imprudent. So in 2045, I mean, we're both going there, right? Eventually, unless we die on the way. I just saw the new Steam UI. What did I think about it? What did you think about it? I don't know what you thought about it. Do you have a Patreon? Surprisingly, still? Yes, with active members. Those absolute heroes. They're still there. I know, you can look at all the old videos for the links and shit. Still there. Don't know if I would recommend it, but you know. It's helping, so you know. Can you read or speak Latin? I know, as someone with a mother tongue that is fundamentally Latin derived, it's easy for me to read and pronounce Latin words, but actually speaking it, no. The language, right? Conversationally and shit. It, I would feel so bad sharing the Patreon link where it's squid. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Please don't. I feel so irresponsible doing that. I have no idea what they're making game-wise, but I'm in. Where do I send my paycheck? You're keeping that money for now, whether you want it or not. There's absolutely no means of actually paying for the game, unless you will head into Patreon or here on live chat and make a huge donation or something. I think YouTube takes 50% of the share here. I forgot what the actual, no, yeah, 54. They take 45%, and because of that tiny still alive portion, the end of the beginning of the VOD, like 1% of the money that I would have will go to Valve. I think that's how it works. Gideon Seed for the $2. Can we have another video on Israel? Lots of material, huh? Lots of material to work with. It would be really funny. And I don't know if it would take a pro-Israeli or a pro-Palestinian position. There's a lot of material on both sides. What do you think would be funnier? A pro-Israeli side or a pro-Palestinian side? Opinions in the chat. Go. Don't get cancelled again. You know, surprisingly, I've never been cancelled. In any way, I don't think. I can't think of any real instance. Yeah, I don't think. Anytime, no. There was some, like, demonetizations of some videos, but that was like almost every single time, with rare exceptions, it was because of copyright shit. Still 140 warriors here. Fuck me. The return, the only good thing to happen in 2025. Thanks, my dude. Harm. Genocide. You stopped Rome before that happened with Muslims. Before what happened? Wait. I don't know what you mean. Sorry about that, Rage Squid. It's not difficult though. It's multiple links. He lives Zaved Ovahedi. Thanks, don't use my name. Just used it. Ever read Discworld? I've heard that word. I haven't actually researched it. I don't know what it is. Read Discworld. I guess it's a book. No, I haven't had the pleasure. Anyway, $4 should be a month's rent in Brazil, so I sent him up good for October from Super Chats. Careful, dollar's devaluating. Careful now. Keeps going that direction, you two guys are going to be rich with 4 reais, alright? Thanks anyway. What are your favorite historical subjects beside Rome? Oh, dude, I love so much history. Favorite subjects beside Rome. How would I rank them? We can always appeal to World War II. There's a lot to like there. It doesn't feel like the kind of answer that I would give because 80% of people would do that. Let me think. Hmm. I think I'm gonna go with medieval Renaissance-ish Italian history. A lot of revolutions I like, mostly because of the podcast revolutions. Uh, English history turned out to be way more interesting than I previously thought because you make assumptions, right? Such a historically stable nation, probably not that much good shit. It's just them prospering, prospering, prospering. Not at all. Not at all. Even though there was a lot of that. Have you ever delved into Maori history? Nope. Utterly ignorant. Please, unbiased history of China. Gotta protect my social credit points, dude. You know how much Brazil is trading with China these days? Not free to do that. Holy shit, you're back. Did the Brazilian government arrest you? Well, if they did, clearly. Not for long. Hi, Mahmoud. Good to see you. Would you ever get into an unbiased Warhammer stuff? You know the thing. You know what the thing is. It doesn't require work to do unbiased Warhammer stuff because the 40k Empire is already propagandistic by its nature. So you just have to go to your average lore YouTube channel or whatever fandom and to just read what they put out. I already have the unbiased take, you know what I mean? If you ever do videos again, would you ever consider ancient Maya history? Probably not. I am actually pretty prejudiced against the Central Mesoamerican civilizations. The aesthetic really doesn't jive with me. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. No real good answer, no real good reason. I just don't like the setting, you know? I guess same reason for I don't really like the Chinese civilization and stuff. I don't like the Chinese aesthetics either. Japanese aesthetics aren't that much greater either. What aesthetics do I like? Obviously the Romans. For empires and traditional civilizations. I mean the Germs, Ooga Booga shit, it's mid tier. The Greek and Romans, they kind of fuse together. What do you think about the Muslim aesthetics? Their architecture is really good. It's really cool. Not as good as Romans, but still pretty cool. Really beautiful. But it's just architecture. Trying to think more broadly. I don't really like the Indian aesthetics. What do you think about the Russian aesthetics? Slavic overall. They're fine. I guess I'm a Roman supremacist there. I like them and I don't much care for the rest. Oh shit, sorry chat. Jackson A. Loper again, $2. Unbiased history of Slanesh. You know, of the Chaos Gods, I feared Zinch far more. Slanesh, all the pleasure and shit, even though she can make you suffer a lot. Eh. Zinch is the big bad, my dude. Betrayal, treachery, always the biggest enemy. Can always come from anyone. Ancient Persia. The aesthetics of ancient Persia, they were fine. They were fine. For me, you know? Talking personal taste. I don't like Mesoamerica, base South America take. Holy shit, you went for the Deus rank? If I recall, that's the highest. Rage quit. Absolute Nigerian prince over here. Unquestioned in the first rank of donos. Great playing Warhammer campaign. I hope we're friends. Honestly, I kind of missed you, dude. Nice to hear, David. It's good seeing you alive and sort of well. Working hard, and life always throws you curveballs, but you handle them as well as you can. Good to do. I'm gonna assume that you're well as well. We will later on do drawing lives. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by that? Unbiased history of my parents' divorce. Uh, from whose perspective? Twitter still banned in Brazil. It was only banned for I want to say a month. Maybe it was 2 months. It was temporary. It went back. Where in Brazil are you from? The best part. You say Caravaggio. I guess I just did. Maybe the game can have live drawing animations like Cuphead. Well, don't compare me to the Cuphead, okay? Huge ass team of extremely talented animators, and the game has this very cohesive aesthetic all throughout the game. Let's not put me there, okay? The part of Brazil with the big old booters, big old hookers. I'm a good at bet. I'm a go and bet it's Estado do Ceará. Wild ass take. Do you hear any nordestino from me? Here's a here's a tip. Cidade. There we go. It's right everything you do, brother. You're an excellent teacher. More of a memer? I don't know. I guess a lot of people did learn eventually with my videos, even though it's not the most prime area to learn the actual facts. But you know, I guess it did make people like a lot of subjects that they otherwise wouldn't have engaged with. I guess I know how this kind of works, you know, like comparing to my previous history teachers myself. I know there was a lot of historical topics that I got very acquainted with thanks to them that had someone explained in more boring ways, I would have never fucking cared. Yeah. Yo, you're alive? It ain't no AI. No AI reaches this level. Talking with experience. They don't reach this level yet. They can mimic some mediocre levels of human speech these days, but available to people for free, absolutely not. No, they aren't quite there yet. We still need human voice actors, I'd say. Realm's greatest enemy was objectively itself, one of the truest takes and most boring takes ever. Any more unbiased game reviews down the line? How about unbiased games? That one's been a while on the line. Has there ever been an Egyptian emperor? I think yes. Like born in Alexandria? I think so. Yes, I think the answer is yes. Multiple, I think, if we're thinking the entire empire, Eastern Roman Empire and shit. I forgot which one specifically though. Was wait. Was Anastasius born in Egypt? No. I might think of someone else. Forgot who was born in Egypt. I do think there were quite a few. Caesar was Serbian. Nah, that would be constant. I can't say it. Still watch the unbiased history videos to this day. Thanks, youngest. Constantine was Serbian. Absolutely true. Remember your fellow Croatian of that, alright? So was Nikola Tesla, so was George Washington, so was the first Martian, everyone was Serbian. You know, I am kind of feeling it, getting a bit tired. I drank a lot of coffee. But we ran through the art, we talked quite a bit about it. Been live for a few hours now, 6 hours almost. If you guys want to end it, I think I might end it now. Any final questions, anyone? Go ahead, hit me. Caffeine crash. Might just be that, yeah. You think I don't drink raw milk? Would there be another live anytime soon? Maybe. I don't see any explicit reason why not. Already opened the precedent here, right? Alexander the Great is the greatest plagiarism of all time. His name of Alexandrovich, and he was Macedonian. True. Don't let the local Greek tell you otherwise. Would be fun to have streams like this where it's just you chatting with the community. Is it normal for people to do that? I don't know. Usually I see like people who stream, they be talking about politics and the news, or they be talking about drama with each other. How many people just sit there and talk with their chat? How common is that? I think I've seen some people do that sometimes. I'm not a big, as I said before, I'm not a big. I used to be able several years ago, way bigger into Twitch. Do you eat boneless pickles? No, but I do drink spinach juice. Can we get a quick recap? Yeah, for sure. Doe was alive, still alive, and he's making a game about Rome that is very heavy on choices, and it's got I do want to say beautiful art style. Simple and everything, and he's working it every day. It's his main focus, and there is no page for it yet, be it Steam, be it Patreon, whatever. It's just in the works, and this is all an absolute tease. I didn't even stream the game proper here. And that's about it. Well, after this ends, probably not today, but after tomorrow, we're going back to work on it. Macedon is just Greece. Look at what I started. More Balkan shit flinging. How long it took you to learn how to draw? I want to say to reach this level you see on the pictures here, I want to say the chorus of it, I want to say the better part of an year. The better part of an year. So think 8-9 months. You know, deciding what the art style I wanted, for what reasons, what I thought I could like a mass produce, what I thought achieved the goals of the game, all that shit. But the actual drawing, achieving my visions, yeah, I wouldn't say better part of it here. Naturally, it's more natural if you have a topic you're covering, and during it, if doing it, you socialize. Assuming I socialize. Thanks for the stream, though. Got my popcorn waiting for future content. Thanks, man. Just my mage. Good to hear. The Alexander reference in the series is pure cinema. Still think about it. Thanks, man. I couldn't watch your stream, so could you please save it in your channel? Absolutely. The Rubicon had to be crossed. JT, top man for having a good chin wag and catch up with us fans, though, Eddie. All the best with future game development. Thanks, probably Northern English or Welsh, dude. Probably not Scottish, but maybe it is. Overall Brit. Thanks, man. Never thought I'd get the chance to say this though. You introduced me to my obsession of Roman history. Many such cases. Thank you, sincerely. Absolute pleasure, Nerevar. Sweet, sweet Nerevar. Dove, are you active on social media? Yeah, on relatively these days on X, Twitter. You can go. There's the link in the description. History of Roma when? Alrighty done. Any shoutouts to the end you want to leave for any future watchers of the stream? Or any Easter eggs for people who get this far? I already said this on the beginning, but go back on the VOD. I'm just gonna say this again. Go back on the VOD when I didn't have all this flood of fucking collage pictures here. When you can see the proper picture, with all the senators that are armed with the daggers. Look for each of their silhouettes, their positioning, how they're holding the daggers, how they're positioning their arms, their entire silhouettes, how they're positioned. Every single one of them, they were based off a famous position that either an assassin or a traitor took. And they were based not just on historical such people, assassins and traitors, but also on media, fictions of various sorts. So, I leave this fun exercise so you can compare and contrast which ones were done here. Some are quite obvious, others not so much. A fun test for y'all who want to engage in it. You have a similar voice to Dagoff. If I talk in a very monotone way, let me think. Come, Nerevar. Friend or traitor, come. Come and look upon the heart. Oh, that's fine. Not very good, but fine. We should have been here for 6 hours now. Base, Nostrum. Guess who else has been here for 6 hours? You can look at the screen, Tavi. That's my next project. Current project, really. Time flies, Augusto. Dove, if you were Ridley Scott, how would you write Gladiator 3? I wouldn't even have done Gladiator 2. That's my answer. When you got a demo or a pre-order, think of me and let me know, please. With the amount of money you've been throwing me all day, absolutely. Thanks, Just My Mage. Thanks for it. Really means a lot. How many times do you think about Rome unironically? Well, literally every day. I have to for the stuff I make. And of course other players do too. Roman history, man. It has so much of everything in it. You see civilization, you see drama, you see the flaws of man, you see the achievements of man. Because of my ancestry also, I see part of my own history in it. like LARPing a little bit. I see the echoes of it, in the civilization that we have today, like alphabet wise and language wise, religion wise. Like you see so much of Rome today, and you see its echoes. I just love Roman history, man. It's so engaging, and there's so many reasons for you to find it engaging. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. It feels like the history of humanity. You know what I mean? The rise and fall, the prosperity, the difficulties, the calamities, the enemies, the wars, the eras of prosperity, the building, the geographical extension. Like there's so much. There's so much. You know what I mean? Few civilizations feel this complete and consequential, rich. Rome is something else, man. We're missing public baths. Oh, you go to a gym, they usually have one. Why you portray Nero and Caligula like Chads? Do I need to explain? I log on your YouTube and see you live streaming? Where you been? I missed you. Been gone, but not dead. Working on shit. Watch the VOD, my dude. You missed a lot. It's odd that despite having history, we don't learn from it. What we can do is educate people. Just sucks that it feels like some people ignore history on purpose since it doesn't fit their narrative. Yeah. Learning history is sometimes, even when you know the facts, you can learn a lot of the lessons and shit. Or sometimes, even entirely possible, history gives the wrong lessons, right? Bro, still streaming. You should see the Byzantine speedrun shit. Now that live was wild. Also horrific audio. I didn't know how to filter shit. The audio here I hope was much better this time around. Hopefully. Sorry if this has been asked, but what are your future plans? Look at the screen, my dude. Those are my current and future plans. Great to see you back, by the way. Awesome. Glad to hear about you too. Oh shit, my mom joined the chat. Remember to educate yourself, people. A good goal is to try to learn something new every day. You never know everything. Thanks, Mom. Do you have any good books about the history of the Eastern Roman Empire? Uh, Specifically about the ERE. No books specifically come to mind. Unironically, go watch the podcast, the History of Byzantium fame. Very fucking good. Thanks, Mom. Watched it, based. Still listen to the Byzantine stream when I'm kicking back with a game, cooking or laying down for the night. We always have that stuff, right? That one streamer we love, that one content guy, he made that one video that's 4 hours long, and that's always your go-to. That's what I'm popping up. I'm working, I'm studying, that's what I'm going with. Playing a game. Maybe this stream will be it for some people. Okay, you've officially broken 6 hours, right? I think I already asked final questions, but you guys asked so many, we've just been engaging. Dove, do you play Bannerlord? No, but he was gifted to me. I felt pressure to play it because it was an expensive game. My friend gifted it to me. I didn't really know. I'm actually considering going to archaeology because of your history lessons. Thanks, man. Jonas. Okay, we were memeing about it, but yeah, I'm feeling it. Caffeine crash out. We're gonna be ending the stream for tonight, boys. Mid afternoon, depends where you are. Probably night. Alright. Gonna say goodbye. It's been really fucking good to reconnect with y'all. Wasn't the stream I was expecting, but I guess it was better in a way. No gaming really. Got to talk about the art though. The game and the vision for shit. It was really well received, the art, which is absolutely wonderful. And the overall vision that I did share for the game as well, I guess. People, I just glad that I'm alive, you know? And I knew it would come down to that. I knew it would come down to that. Thanks all. I am indeed alive. I am indeed doing great. I hope you all are doing great. Y'all have problems, I do as well. We soldier through it all. I'm doing shit, good content bringing to y'all. The Rumble community deserves it. It deserves the best game in the world. I love y'all. And yeah, maybe see you in the future. Guarantee see you in the future if you follow me on Twitter. Shit. X. Alright. See y'all. Goodbye. Ciao, ciao.